Well, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here for another week of the European PC Pro League. I am Christopher Panky Pankhurst. He is Michael Kickstar Stockley, and we have, I think, what is probably the highly anticipated week of the initials for Europe.
Yeah, here we have gBots versus the former Youngtis, now Millenium, and I think that's one of the matchups that everyone's looking forward to.
Yeah, and following that, PENTA versus PDux too. Two of the big old school names and a lot of famous faces in these lineups. So let's dive straight into looking at how things shaped up both last week and how they could shape up by the end of this week. Looking at the brackets for Group A and Group B here in Europe to find out where things are going to go. Sisu played Barrage last week, and it was a slaughter, putting Sisu up into that winner's game and Barrage down into the loser bracket. gBots, as Kix mentioned, will play Millenium, the previously known as Youngtis squad, here in just a moment. A winner will play Sisu, loser will go down and face Barrage. Over in Group B, we obviously have PENTA and PDux coming up later today, but Vitality played E2 Esports last week, and Vitality ended up in that winner's bracket. So E2 waiting down there for today's loser. And quite frankly, who could that be? Don't want to call it for either group, really.
It's a difficult, yeah, it is a difficult call because we have two world champions, or two champions previously. You've got PENTA from... and you've got Millenium, which was previously known again as Youngtis. So and they're separate; they're not playing against each other, of course. But in both cases, the matchup that they have to go against, gBots did extremely well in the qualifiers and put up a fantastic showing. Everyone's looking forward to seeing how they're going to be performing. And then who was it? Who was the other matchup?
gBots, Millenium, and PENTA, PDux.
Yeah, PDux. Everyone's kind of really anticipating the playing PENTA versus PDux matchup as well, given that. Okay, so you've got. Oh, never mind.
Never mind. We'll move
on. I had a train of thought and I lost it.
We have our Millenium team captain here on the line for an interview. Sixkatra is sitting here good to go, and I mean, this man has a lot to talk about because these last 3 months since the original Youngtis, I don't want to say fell apart, but disbanded.
It's been an interesting
It's been an up and down road. So I
Yeah.
can't wait to hear what his thoughts are on that and how his feelings are going into this season. They've got some familiar faces in there. They've got some new faces in this roster. So hearing what their thoughts are will be an interesting one. They are, as we said, playing up against gBots, who, while they have been around every single season, haven't had the most solid of performances every time.
They've kind of been
always
teetering
been a little bit
on
short,
third, fourth, and they haven't actually put up the performance of being the top tier team. But here's the schedule for today. We're going to be having gBots versus Millenium and PENTA versus Playing Docs. Obviously, we've talked about that before, but we will be having them at 19 CET and 21:30 CET, hopefully on the second one. But in the case of who are we talking about? We're talking about Playing Docs, right?
We were talking about Millenium, but yeah,
Millenium.
There is the schedule done, and that is how the games are coming. So now we have Sixkatra on the line. So we'll get his thoughts on those things we talked about, those questions we talked about a minute ago, and find out how they're feeling going into this game. Because, yeah, we've got PDux planning to come later, but now it's gBots and it's Millenium, and gBots have always, they've never been the Sisu, they've never been to the finals and to the second place. They've always been that third, fourth of the league. They want that land spot. And
from what we've heard from the European pro players, again, in the qualifiers and in scrims, they have been performing tremendously, and it's pretty exciting. It's going to be pretty exciting to see if they can push themselves forward, similar to what we saw from Sisu playing against Barrage, where they just put up a dominant performance.
Yeah, exactly. So, Sixkatra, are you there? Can you hear me? That is what
the question is.
The question is, yeah, exactly. We're waiting for it. I can see him. I can see him. So we'll have him in a moment. Something is clearly there. So gBots and Millenium. Millenium recently just changed names from Youngtis, and we are ready for interview. All right.
Well, interview.
We'll see him there. Sixkatra. Thank you for joining me. How are you doing?
Hi, everyone.
So I think you heard a couple of those things. We want to talk to you about the history of this Millenium squad, because you had your 5 season champions in Youngtis. The roster kind of disbanded a little way. You yourself headed off to PENTA with Pengu and tried to make a roster there. That was all happening in the break and around the Invitational. It has since fallen apart, and now you're back here with Youngtis. Can you give us a step-by-step story on how that all went down?
Well, yeah, definitely. The thing is, I would have liked to continue with PENTA because it was such a great team with such awesome players, to be honest. And Pengu and Randy and Sai and Tunisiano are awesome players. I would have liked to continue, but we disbanded anyway. So, well, people came to me, and I thought that maybe it would be better to come back to a full French-speaking team and that would make it easier. And the thing is, the luck is that some French player, and I'm talking about Yogurts, came to me and say, hey, why don't we try again? Maybe not with the exact same roster, but still maybe we can try something. And here we are.
Yeah, and it seems to be going very, very well. You guys qualified back in again. You're now sitting here staring down the barrel of gBots. They're a team that you have faced repeatedly in the past. So we just talked about how gBots have been in the Pro League every season. They've just been falling a little bit short. How are you guys feeling going into this game? Do you feel like you know this team, or how the rumors of them being a whole new, very strong lineup there in your mind?
Well, we feel pretty confident, but the thing is, yeah, to be honest, we know gBots is a very, very strong team, and we know that we can't make any mistakes because they will be here to chase you if you're roaming, and they will be here to kill you. So, well, yeah, no, they are awesome players, and it's not going to be an easy match. We know that for sure, but they worked, we worked, and well, in the end, we'll see. I don't know, but I'm pretty confident, and I trust my team.
Yeah, it's great to hear. Thank you very much for joining us, Six Catcher. We'll let you get back to your team for your final preparations before this match. Have a good evening.
Ciao.
All right, so that was Six Catcher talking about his new lineup on Millenium, and let's show you exactly who that is. He did mention, of course, Yogurts is still there, Renshiro is back with them too, but they picked up two brand new players in the shape of Liven and Steezy.
Yeah, for the Millenium lineup, 6-quarter Renshiro, Liven, Yogurts, and Steezy. Now, a lot of you more vigilant members of the community will notice the absence of Falco, who was one of the former players for Youngtis. Pretty much, I think in most people's opinion, kind of a figurehead of that team, had a fantastic game sense and did a lot of work for them in the Season 2 finals. But they seem confident in this lineup, and that's a great thing to hear. It is a full French-speaking team, which is what he said earlier, and you know, it is, again, a big thing in Europe where a lot of teams, where the problem is communication sometimes, where sometimes they'll have to default to French or they'll have to default to English. And it's fantastic to see when a team can put together a strong roster that they're confident in, all in one particular language that they're also all fluent in.
It's one of Sisu's strengths too. They have been an all Finnish-speaking lineup for the entire time, and their in-game comms are all done in Finnish. French roster is the same, gBots doing the same in Spanish. They've all had opportunities to pick up English-speaking players or German-speaking and make it mold, but these teams that have stuck together with their one common language, working out quite well.
And you have to wonder if 6-quarter had stayed on Penta, then that would have possibly been, in that case, an English-speaking team instead of maybe being a German-speaking team. Yeah. So it sometimes can get a little bit in the way.
Yeah, but let's have a quick look at the gBots roster. As we mentioned, they have been around in some form or another for quite a while, but now they look a little bit like this.
Yeah, for gBots, we have Drid, Lion, Baruz, Wesker, and Choi. Now, this is, again, a very old roster for the majority of these players, and they've been together for a very, very long time. They've pretty much gotten in, I think, to pretty much every Pro League so far.
Every season, yeah.
But they haven't been like Sisu, where they get to second place and then don't manage to push themselves forward. They've been more third, fourth place, and then have stalled out. And this season, again, from what we've been hearing from rumors, they are looking to push themselves into the forefront of Rainbow Six Esports. Now, based upon what we saw from Sisu, where they totally took that leap, that jump straight into the, being in the lead, the second 10-0 in Pro League history, they are going to have to put up a fantastic show today in order to prove that to us.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they've always fallen that little bit short, but they stormed through the qualifiers to get back in this season, undefeated and dominated their way in, and now they're looking to continue that run into the group stage and coming up against Youngtis. If you're going to make that mark, if you're going to show everyone, okay, qualifiers wasn't just a one-off, it wasn't just a qualifiers thing, we are here to play, this is a great opening platform to do it on. So with that, we'll have to find out as and where these games are being played, and i.e. what maps we're doing it on. Let's have a quick reminder of the map pool as to where these options are, because of course this season it has changed slightly. Bank, Border, Chalet, Clubhouse, Consulate, Cafe Dostoevsky, Oregon, and Skyscraper are all in there as before, with the addition of Coastline in place of Canal.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about this before. It is a fairly new, well, obviously it's the same pretty much, but it's, taking out the canal for the coastline. Some people are happy about it, some people are not. But overall, we haven't seen any coastline play, and I don't think we're going to be seeing very much for this season, given that a lot of these teams, they rely heavily on their strategy, rely heavily on their experience, and it is kind of a map that, well, I mean, it's brand new. So similar to Border, similar to Skyscraper, I think it'll be probably coming out later in the season, if anything.
Yeah, most likely. So let's find out exactly what choices have been made, which bans have gone through, which picks have gone through, who's starting where, and what's our deciding map as we dive into our pick and ban setup for these two. Now, I believe, off the top of my head, it is a gBots starting us out with that first ban, seeing which way they go. Previously, in the last couple of weeks, the last couple of teams and things we've seen these last bans going through to be Skyscraper and Coastline.
Yeah.
As everyone wants to just let their opponent do it, force it away, and keep their important bans free and available.
It's similar to Season 1, where we had Plane in the Pro League, and everyone, nobody wanted to play Plane. There was one team, I think it was Kingdom, maybe, who wanted to, push it towards that because they just wanted to trip everybody up. But for the most part, nobody wanted to play Plane. So everybody left it to be their last ban because it's something they're not familiar with.
So Clubhouse coming straight out as a ban then from gBots. It's a very, very staple, practiced, I don't want to say overplayed, but very well played.
I'd say overplayed.
Here in the Pro League at the moment.
Yeah.
So getting that out of the picture just immediately forces some teams away from a comfort zone.
Yeah, I think that is pretty much the majority of the reason why any team will ban Clubhouse is because nobody wants to see it come to Clubhouse. Every team knows how it plays out, and all the scenarios are pretty much, rinsed dry. So, yeah, I think for the most part, teams just don't go there because it's overplayed.
So Border and Bank, the following up bans, and there goes Skyscraper from Millenium. So gBots sitting here now with the last ban and kind of all the power, really, because we know, or we highly suspect that last Millenium ban has got to go towards Coastline.
There it is.
Unless gBots didn't have any other option they wanted to do themselves.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I am kind of surprised by a Coastline ban going against Millenium. Now, Millenium, while being a new name, the team itself is not new at all. In fact, they have more experience in previous seasons, Season 1 and 2, than they do, because they didn't play throughout Season 3. So they don't have that experience that gBot might have on the newer maps. Of course, Coastline is really new, but I'm not surprised by the Skyscraper ban from Millenium, but I am surprised by the Coastline ban from gBots. I feel like they could have taken this opportunity to learn that map and put it into their experience.
So Consulate, the final ban then coming out from Millenium. It's a map which gBots have historically had a lot of success on, so not the biggest surprise to see that go through there. However, it has left open Cafe Dostoevsky and Oregon. And while Cafe is a fairly new one, Millenium have had some very impressive results on it, and Oregon has always been that comfort fallback for gBots. We'd always see, and I hope they've changed this because it's very easy to predict, when they pick that upstairs master bedroom bomb set, Drid will be down in the basement always as a roaming bandit, or maybe a Jaeger if things are going weird. Yeah. With Wesker as a combination, just playing around the meeting room, playing around there. Now Oregon has changed a lot, and Oregon has adjusted a lot, but the problem we saw from gBots in the past is they didn't adjust and change a lot.
Yeah,
so
Millenium did the same thing on Oregon, though. They used to have, I think it was Falco, who would play in the basement on an upstairs defense with a pulse, but they don't have that Falco anymore, so you have to wonder, are they going to try and work that in with their current roster, or are they just going to forego that completely? Yeah. Cafe pick from gBots, as you said earlier, not very much of a surprise. That is a map that they're pretty familiar with, and I'm guessing we're probably going to see maybe a Consulate pick from Millenium?
Possibly. Consulate was banned. We've got Oregon. And
Oregon
we've got
pick
Chalet.
from Millenium.
Oregon and Chalet is the two to go through. Chalet is the twist then, so Oregon will be our final deciding map. So going with these choices, a lot of verticality across the board.
Yeah.
A lot of Cafe has been seen over the last couple of weeks from us and from the stream and from the Pro League. So we've got a lot of reference material to go on how this has been played out. A very even split between top and bottom and middle floor bomb site choices from the teams that are playing it and defending it. And a lot of different attack ideas from squads. Lots of Glaz, not so much Montaigne.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see very much Montaigne on Cafe. It's not a role that it's necessary in its entirety. I mean, the majority of strategy on Cafe is pretty cut and dry, and what we saw from North America earlier in the week was something entirely new, but that as well did not include Montaigne.
No, but we did see a lot of mirror. Actually, looking at the top 10 picked operators in Europe from last week, despite the Barrage Sisu game, no Montaigne or Glaz in that top 10 at all.
No. And it really is a testament to, yes, okay, these are influencers in the meta, and they are operators who definitely throw down and have their own little role, but they're not entirely necessary in the same way that stopping grenades or being able to delay for an entire minute with your smoke, not as necessary as something like that.
Something that did surprise us a lot, both for Europe and North America, though, is that Hibana to Thermite combination. Yes, she's great. She's got a great gun. Thermites is not as bad as it used to be anymore, thanks to the recoil changes.
Right.
But when it actually comes to breaching holes in walls, Thermite could have been used in situations where we saw teams try the Hibana and done the job so much better.
So many times a Thermite where it's absolutely necessary to get through a wall, they decide to bring a Hibana instead. And you have to wonder if it just comes down to the personal preference of the player, and that, how can you let that impede your team in that circumstance? we need to get through this wall, then we need to get through another wall. Oh yeah, well we can do that with 2 Hibana charges. I'll just make a prone hole. No, you can't. You have to be able to open up 2 holes in some cases, and oftentimes Thermite gets shoved into a corner in favor of Hibana, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, obviously, other things to note, the Smoke, Ash, and Jaeger picks. I believe the numbers, I don't have the exact in my head, but those Smoke and Ash things, I think that's like 1 or 2 rounds, and that's it, that they weren't picked in. It's very, very high play rate. So yeah, okay, there's a lot of uproar around the Glaz and the Montaigne right now, but when these are the numbers in front of you, I don't think they're as big of a problem as people seem to knee-jerk towards.
Well, I feel like a lot of the pro teams, the reason they incorporate something like a Montaigne or something like a Glaz is because the community is talking about how, oh, it's, you know, it's a very powerful operator and it brings a lot to your team. But in reality, sometimes Glaz, being able to see through a smoke, while it is very influential, can be in a round, it doesn't actually bring a lot to your team. But we are going to be getting into the match.
Especially in organized play. Look at this. That's how you defeat a Montaigne is meant to be organized play, and this is the top tier of organized play.
Right, exactly.
But we are into Cafe, as Kick said, and we are picking our first operators. And immediately, there's a lot of familiar things. Ash in here and Jaeger in here. But we're immediately going without a smoke. We have got the Echo instead, performing a similar job, but arguably not as well.
I would say maybe the Echo is not the best choice, as again, compared to a smoke. A smoke brings so much more to your team. You have more maneuverability, you have more utility overall, and you have more kill potential with that SMG-11. As well as you said earlier, we are seeing a Mira come back to the playing field on this top floor bomb site. This makes a lot of sense. She pretty much establishes control on Piano in her entirety.
And that was arguably where we saw this map won and lost in all our previous games in the week. In that Piano take, the attackers would take it or the defenders would hold it, and that would generally be the round. What we did see from North America, though, at this earlier situation, was finally teams trying that A-bomb side instead, playing on the windows, rappelling on in, playing from the skylight. And it had mixed success, but we'll see whether or not that is a strategy Europe tries to adapt to. Looking more at the Echo, while we did say Smoke arguably does a better job of controlling areas with his smoke grenades and whatnot, what can be done with the drone that obviously a smoke charge can't do is gather its own intel. So we'll see how exactly Millenium choose to use that drone and to see why they chose this choice instead.
Also, some people do choose to bring Echo simply because he has the he has an ACOG. Now, Smoke cannot have an ACOG on his SMG-11 anymore, and as such, he is kind of limited to close-range engagements.
Yeah, so we do see the ACOG MP5 over here by the A site. Will give angle all the way through to Cigar if required. And of course the drone is sitting there and above that spot. Does look like the gBots push is shaping up to push towards Piano and Cigar, as is more standard for this map, rather than anything over towards the A-bomb site so early on. So we'll see how it shapes up. There is a castle barricade holding their way, and the other thing to note, which we've focused a lot on defense but haven't looked at the attack, is they haven't brought a Hibana. They've got a Thermite. Now, getting through the mirror windows may be a bit tougher without the range of the Hibana charges, but once you've got control of Piano, getting these walls open will be so much easier with the Thermite.
I mean, you can bring a Hibana and a Thermite, but there's so many situations in which you need a Thermite that we saw on teams that have been playing Cafe, where they just don't bring one. And it's really good to see from gBots that they're conscious of that, and they're making that conscious decision to bring a Thermite.
So the drops are coming in through the red hatch. Liven has heard them and is watching for feet at the door. From what I can see, it is not pre-punched by anyone, so it's going to require a lot of breaking down if the attackers want to come through it. And he is toying with them, punching it through himself. That's the danger. Having these both reinforced, however, may help the attackers get control of Piano here for a moment. They've got one hole in the wall open. Liven's feet were spotted but not shot there by Lion. That's going to screw me up, Liven and Lion.
Looks like they're just kind of trying to forfeit Piano control to bait the attackers to come on in.
Lion forcing Liven in and above the hatch where they had Drid waiting underneath to receive him. Beautiful play to get that castle out of Cigar without even destroying the barricades that were locking him in there. While now Drid and Choi are both clearing the floor below. 6Quattro though has killed Lion through this very tight angle that we talked about in towards Cigar. So despite having the hole in towards the Piano open, he came through the doorway and 6Quattro was waiting for him. 40 seconds on the clock and not a lot of extra progress been made here by the attacking squad. And the Millenium positions inside the actual bomb site itself haven't really been challenged. Sleazy now looking through a mirror window over towards the side of Piano. He's got Mira still in there with him. Barrage is trying to look through push from Cigar, but they know Six Scratcher's watching this angle. Six Scratcher's actually off his ACOG and on his drone, and Yogus will track down Wesker very quickly from inside the site. Now he's looking for Barrage as the next man through. Barrage sticks his head right in Yogus' crosshairs, and he will lose that fight. Smoke grenades are going off. Choi cannot see through them because he's not the glass. Looks to come on in, and Yogus gets himself a third. Drid is the last man standing. He's still downstairs. Coming up the white staircase, he does down Steezy. Doesn't have the time to finish him off or do anything else. And round 1 goes to Millenium.
So we've talked about Cafe attack strats before a lot, and we've talked about how the points of contentions are pretty similar. They've gone from the freezer wall to simply the door from Cigar. And obviously here, Millenium is showing us what they've been in the past. They're showing us that strategy where they know where you're going to come from, and they're just going to establish a way that you simply can't come there. So the first step of that was putting the castle into the Cigar, and at first it didn't seem to be something that was helping them at all. But it delayed the attacking team for enough time that as soon as they got into the Cigar room, there really wasn't any time to push into the site. And then unfortunately, they didn't have any other ways to get into the site at that point because they hadn't taken Piano because of the mirror windows and the lack of a Habana. So that they're just kind of out of time, and they have to rush themselves through one little doorway, and you're never going to win that in an attack.
Well, it looks like Millenium knew that was the flaws here in the gBots attack, because they've brought both the Hibana and the Thermite, and they're bringing themselves a Montaigne here. So how they're going to use this will be interesting. I like this spot, or actually I don't know if I like this spot, if you like that, from Lion here. Double mirror windowing the same wall. Now we've seen this in the past. You leave one open, you open one and you close the other, and then you use that as your peak hole. But we'll often see teams, as we did see the Millenium defense, make a hole into the toilet and use that as your run through, giving you more mobility, more unpredictability, and more freedom to move. So Lion's pretty pinned in there, and if grenades start rolling in from the roof hatch...
Yeah, gBots are going for a very static hold here, as you said. It's just kind of it's entirely different from the majority of teams that we've seen play on this particular map so far in Pro League. The most, like you said, will opt to go for more mobility, and it is, I don't know if it's a testament to their confidence in this matchup, or if that's actually their strategy, is they want to just lock themselves in a corner.
So, as the roamers are downstairs in Drid and Choi, Millenium's attack is slowly shaping up as they start to check and make sure of the floors below them.
There's already a minute off the clock here, and they haven't really made much progress at all. They've been working on establishing themselves in the bottom floor, but other than that, not much at all.
Drid is still largely undetected down here, actually. They did drone in and have cleared the areas directly under their repels, but not much above. They've taken out Choi, that's a one roamer. But are they aware of a second one? We'll see as Drid starts to actually go back towards the site. Never mind, that reading room floor is largely penetrable, so if he finds a planter in there, he could do something about it. As it is, though, they've already got themselves a Montaigne down into the Cigar door, which is allowing them to breach the wall into Piano. Now, we did see gBots do this on their last attack, but then stalled out here. What do you do from this point? Let's see what Millenium's plan is.
They do have that Montaigne to push themselves through on that stall, but there's a pulse ready to stop him. And if he gets the C4 off successfully, then I'm pretty sure that the Millenium attack is going to fall apart. And it's not. Whoa! He backed right into it.
Straight into it. He was almost safe, but he walked back on top without knowing about it. And there goes not only the diffuser, but also the Montaigne.
And their momentum in that attack.
So, let's see how they shape it up from here. That did seem to be their driving force. That seemed to be their entire push forward. Now, not only do they have to pick this up, they have to deal with this big-ass hole in the floor that's staring straight at the diffuser and the pulse underneath. Steezy is down there, and Barrage will peel off Renshiro from inside the A site over towards Cigar. He's also doing a lot of damage to Live, and Steezy still hasn't managed to find this pulse because Pulse has run well away from that spot he was sitting at before, and it's just keeping him busy downstairs. So Liven's pushing upstairs alone right now in a 1v4. He knows where Barrage is, but can't find the angle. Steezy does find Drid, comes up, but is immediately met by his teammate already being killed off. Looking now through the same angle, Barrage misses these shots but gets a bit more confident standing up. It's hitting the rest of them, but it's taking no damage. Steezy walks straight in to get the diffuser, and Wesker's waiting for him with his MPX.
Similar to 6/4 angle, straight through the Cigar wall, Baraz had a very nice angle from those bar stools that he was confident in playing, and it showed when he took out 2 players from it. It's kind of just it's the same situation as we saw with Millenium earlier on their attack. You get stuck, your driving force from your attack, well, in gBots' case, they didn't really have much of a driving force, but in Millenium's attack here, they kind of got stalled out when they lost their Montaigne. They weren't sure what to do, and they challenged the angles, they lost them, and that was that. not much innovation from either of these teams on their attack. They aren't trying to go for the ace of bomb site. They aren't trying to mix it up a little bit. They're just simply going for the commonplace strategy, push through Cigar, take control of Piano, and see what you can do from there. Avoid, of course, Piano control given the Miras.
So...
And I'd like to note, they had that Hibana, but they didn't make use of her to counter the Mira. They didn't try to, you know, they didn't try to establish themselves in Piano at all. They just kind of let her do her
Well, to be fair, they did. They're establishing themselves in there, was pushing the Montaigne towards the windows. That's what he was doing.
Right.
But then he realized he was way too ahead of his teammates, had to back up a little way, which is when he backed into the C4. And now from there, it was, okay, now we've got no chance.
Yeah, but they still have a chance. I mean, they still have a Hibana. She could still open up those Miras. That's kind of what I was getting at there. I mean, even if your Montaigne gets taken down, you have to be able to challenge those angles and win those fights. And they simply didn't try.
Now, as it is, 1 round apiece, we are looking for that spawn peek from West 6 Quattro. He missed the shots onto Wesker. Wesker, though, was ready for it and did drone out the location. So that is why 6 panicked and moved away from it. But again, 6 making those aggressive peeks at the start is a very familiar sight from him. Similar attacking lineup then from gBots as they like to shape towards the actual middle side this time over. They are looking to get in and above quickly. They did take a lot of time getting in there before and then got stalled out.
It's interesting that they have the same exact lineup seemingly on a different bomb site. They're not trying to mix it up at all. They don't bring a Hibana, which makes a lot of sense, I guess, on a train attack, but they also don't bring a Montaigne, which could be useful here, or a Glass, which equally so could be useful.
We'll see why they don't do it in a moment as they are attacking the top floor, which is heavily defended by Millenium. 3 players up here at the moment.
And there's those mirror windows again, which a Hibana could be, very useful in getting rid of.
Their option here, though, is use an Ash next to it and make the hole beside the mirror window even bigger. Now that may actually just help the mirror more.
Yeah.
So they've done that to try and shove her away, but they have got into Cigar. The shots are rattling towards the window. The mirror window got open, or one of them did. We just heard it shatter up. gBots are getting control of Piano, but slowly, because Millenium are smartly backing away from each spot. Lion takes Wesker down with a shot to the back. Team kill not going to help out, and gBots falling apart as Millenium happy for this. They have just fallen back and fallen back and fallen back.
And now there's only 1 minute.
Liven shows up and runs away again. They burnt the clock down, let gBots hurt themselves by being slow and being scared, and then killing themselves with that team kill. Just letting gBots pick themselves apart here. Millenium playing very, very smart.
This is kind of a shaky start from gBots. They're playing in a way that doesn't seem like they have a lot of confidence, but they get 2 picks on the board to even out the score.
Yeah, but they've only got a minute to go, so let's see what they do with them as Drid and Lion pick up a kill each. Down goes Valkyrie and the Echo. Valkyrie out of the picture is not the end of the world. She's still got cameras placed, but the Echo drone now being off the table, depending on where it's placed, may lose a lot of information for Millenium. Liven over by the red stairs, Ensure in the train room, one inside the B site, and as the holes in the floor are starting to be opened up by Buck, the pressure from gBots is heading towards train. They've only just got the hatch open though, and there's 30 seconds to go. They've got to get in and plant very soon. The pre-fire to the train comes in. Lion gets the kill on Renshiro, very smartly figured, but now there's still 2 more to find. They know that the hatches are pressure. Drid's coming from the red stairs. They haven't found the Jaeger yet. Liven keeping himself safe and hidden inside the site. In comes Drid. Liven was shot down as he figured out where to be. Yogus is inside and cannot get the kill. Drid goes huge at the end of that round. Pick up the 2 final kills and put gBots in the lead.
So initially a shaky start from gBots, but they kind of just solidify themselves. They've taken control of top now. That's what their goal was in the first place. They get those 2 picks early on to the last minute of that round. And the final push, there wasn't a lot for the defensive team to do to stop them. They got a lot of good pre-fires off.
So the lead in gBots' favor again, but time for Millenium to attack.
I think the problem with that last defense round from Millenium was that while they did, yes, they got the early picks, of course, and they wasted the clock, they forfeited upstairs control and then proceeded to play in positions which were compromised by the lack of upstairs control. So they got picked off so easily from, well, vertical gameplay.
So, time now for gBots to defend that same location. The upstairs hold from Millenium there was a work of art, in all fairness, setting it all up and playing those spots for just long enough to scare the gBots attackers into slowing down and taking a double take, and then just running back to safety and waiting.
Yeah, unfortunately, their anchor was a little bit off, and gBots capitalized on it.
Yeah, their anchor was, while static, predictable.
Yeah.
As you saw, all the pre-fire and all the
That's a really interesting mirror window. Typically speaking, mirror windows won't go in places where they could be in any way advantageous to the attacking team. And in that position, if there's somebody playing on the balcony outside of Train and he's looking through that, you could pretty much nullify any sort of flank from a defender coming up from bottom of red stairs, for example. So kind of an interesting mirror window from from the defensive team there. They could have just as easily left the wall unreinforced and opened up shotgun holes, which is exactly what Millenium did in the previous round.
Be interesting to see if they play anyone in that Christmas corridor, because they would be able to help that mirror window support.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. As it is, maybe they did put a lot of research into Millenium, because it seems like they're heavily favoring this staircase as an angle of attack for now. So yeah, maybe they know that's where the push is going to come through. That's why they want to give it up, or like put that mirror window there. But let's see whether or not it pays off or backfires, as you mentioned. This time, the Montaigne is up on the roof again. 6-Quatra looking to drone and then drop through the red hatch like he did before. This time there's even more chance of being C4'd from below, as there are more and more defenders on that level. So they're making sure the drones are there. Down below, Choya takes out Yogurts with a very quick peek out from the reading room, as he then continues to seal up the door again and cover himself from behind. He took a little bit of damage from it, but nothing too crazy serious. But with Ash off the table, a lot of the pressure that this Montaigne could push down is actually relieved.
So maybe it is direct counter Mira, because they are seeing the way that Millenium is taking this. It is pretty much focused on the red stairs here.
And Montaigne will have just been spotted in that mirror window too. Of course, she can see through the one she's hiding behind, through that second one, and into the staircase. But as he now continues to push up the rest of the top floor, he's looking for this pulse, but he doesn't know about it. So he's got to be aware there may be someone up here. Heartbeat sensor goes off, does catch Red Shearer's heartbeat through the wall, looking towards the hatch.
Doesn't look like they droned the freezer at all. They're kind of just moving around him.
Grenade from Steezy goes down and kills Wesker. Red Shearer gets spotted out and gets taken down by Drid, who does then get finished off by a second person. Steezy finishes Drid off in return, so they do trade straight back to back, and they are down to a 3v3. 6-Quatra's alive this time, but they haven't opened the hatch, so the Montaigne has to go down a staircase. Thankfully, they've brought a second player with a breach ability, and it's Liven's Hibana to open the hatch up instead. 45 seconds to go on the clock, though, and there's not a lot of health here on Steezy's sledge. Down the red staircase comes 6-Quatra again. He's going to be spotted here by Lion through the wall. He's unsure about where and what he can go from here. Mirror window gets opened up from inside. Lion gets a better angle on where this Montaigne may be. Liven is watching for the flank over the Christmas balcony. Steezy now back towards the hatch as Lion is pushing forward. Steezy looking to try and get around behind him. The Montaigne comes around and takes him out all on his own. Smart play. 6-Quatra there. 3v2 now, but Steezy is down as soon as he drops into the site. 6-Quatra now being watched from inside B by Barrage. The diffuser is in Montaigne's hand. Cross comes Choi. He sees one and tags him and can't kill it. They are delaying the plant as best they can. Barrage will finish Liven off. Now it's just 6-Quatra. Doesn't have time to plant, and just for good measure, Choi puts a bullet between his eyes.
And that's how you play Train. You, instead of, okay, yes, you delay as much as you can the attackers upstairs. You try and waste their time, and they did just that. They got them down to the last 40 seconds before they were able to start pushing downstairs. But after you've done that, you don't anchor in the site, because as soon as the attackers have established themselves above the site, they have free reign to go ahead and kill anyone anchoring. And what you saw from gBots there is, instead of doing that, instead of anchoring similar to what we saw with Millenium, that static play in the site, they opted to instead play it towards a reading room and far out in B, because you can easily retake from those positions.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Upstairs again, go Millenium. They are now down by 2 rounds and have to find some.
Oh, no!
I was going to say something magical, but that's not exactly the magic I had in mind. Liven and Renshiro exploding on top of one another.
That's going to be a lot of HP off the board for both of them. Not really worth resetting, though. It looks like it's just above 50%, but all the same, you're going to lose an engagement just on that much.
That is, in some situations, 2 rounds that you could take.
Yeah.
And survive extra. Instead, they're going to drop very early on. See, looking down the kill leaderboard. A very different story for each squad, but ultimately,
5 seconds left
spreads for each one.
This is a pretty common Valkyrie cam. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets taken off the board early by gBots.
Locate and defuse the bomb.
Throws it straight on out. Now most of gBots are spawned on the other sides, but Barrage may have spotted it. Once again, though, that one peek from 6-Quatra means they're aware of the windows every single time they come forward now.
Not taking any risks at all. They're being very cautious.
And they were right to be. Wesker takes 6-Quatra out with a late peek that he tries this time over. Wesker still cautious and ready for it. You rarely see teams looking at windows for that long,
So this is
unless they're against 6 Scatter.
This is a very bad start for Millenium. They've got about 100 HP off the board already with that impact grenade, and then another 100 HP off the board with the lack of an echo. So already they're pretty much, in essence, they're almost 2 players down.
Yeah, and Echo's drone, of course, now in a static spot. Hopefully on a roof somewhere. We'll
Can you actually spectate Echo's drone?
Yeah, as Echo
yeah.
dead, you can still spectate your drone. You obviously can't Zap shock with it.
Right.
You can't. If it's on the floor, you can't raise it to the roof or anything.
So
but
he will be able to give information to his team.
yeah,
but it
if
might
it's
not be
placed
anything.
somewhere worthwhile.
Yeah.
Now, if
He might not
he's-
have even placed it that early
Exactly. He may not have thrown it. He may have just.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is not good for the Liver. They were ready for it. You did that last game. You sat in that same spot before. Wesker was ready, seeing and watching him.
He actually shot his feet last time he did that,
Exactly,
so
yeah.
it's kind of weird that he'd do that again.
Try and challenge that angle.
Yeah. And it looks like a really excellent start from gBots so far.
Yeah, this is looking to be a 4-1 round. Steezy, Ventura, and Yogurts have got to step up big time for this round if they want to make that work, and that's not a good start. Steezy's MPX shots will tag Drid, but only put a hole in his ear, I believe. A little bit of damage done. Drid will walk away.
And gBots is worth noting. They haven't really established they have the early picks off, right? But they haven't established dominance on much of anything so far. All they have is Cigar and a little bit of Piano.
Which, to be fair, is what we saw last time they attacked this site.
Yeah.
They got into these same spots, but then didn't know what to do from here. And
Exactly.
even though they're only against 3 players now, they still seem a bit lost. They are smoking up the windows and pushing, but they lose one to the Yogurts. So Drid will fall. There's the thermite down from around that peak too.
That's why
Steezy
you bring Habana.
shutting him out. Wesker pre-firing the hole. Lion is trying to crawl away to the safety, but would have been spotted. Choi's got in. He's behind them inside the freezer, but is he aware of this? Renshiro is waiting for him. Drop down now. Wesker now peeking around. Wesker wins that fight, but Steezy will take down Lion. Then Yogurts will finish off Wesker, and we asked these guys to go big, and they're currently winning a 3v5. Yogurts and Steezy still standing. Renshiro down, but they only have Barrage to find, and he's still stuck on the roof with 30 seconds to go. He's looking to rappel over on the south side of the building and start to head in through one of these windows, but it's given him a chance to heal up Renshiro. Back now to a 3v1. They'd have heard that punch on the window, but he does get the kill onto Yogurts. Looking now for the next 2 inside freezer. He has to go on in. They're going to hear it. Steezy ready to peek when they hear it through the window. They come from either side. They're going to hold firm. They are playing very, very disciplined here. Comes in from the backside of freezer. One to his left, one to his right. Doesn't look the right way. Will fall to Steezy. And Millenium hold 5v3.
Okay, so as an analyst, I'm kind of starved on that round because what gBots' strategy seems to be is let's open up the piano wall and then win all of our engagements. That's not a strategy, guys. That's just kind of hoping that you're going to get lucky. And they did. They got really lucky in the beginning of that round, and they still couldn't capitalize on it. They had 2 players down, 50-50 on 2 other players, and well, actually just one of the players still alive. But all the same, they were in a really great position to win that round, and the lack of a Habana, the lack of a Montaigne, the lack of a Glaz, anything to get them past those Miras to establish dominance on Piano, or maybe just push their way through the doorway in Cigar. They had none of that, and because of that, they lost the round.
So
No strategy to push them past Cigar, and that's just not enough, guys.
And that's not the first time we saw that same failure of strategy either.
That's both of their losses, I think, so far.
Yep, both of their losses have been that same flaw. So we'll find out whether or not they can fix that for another attempt if they get one.
It's likely, though, that if gBots continues on the trend that they're on right now, which is winning every other round, that they're going to win this defense, and then they're going to move themselves to attacking Train again, and they'll be able to win that. So if that's the case, if Millenium hasn't learned from their last Train defense, if they haven't learned from their last time attacking upstairs, then we are going to be seeing gBots push this forward. And this is a really interesting way to open up a hole there into, they've cut off the rotation there.
It's a very different way from where we saw gBots defenders last time. They completely reinforced that toilet and the wall to piano, double mirrored it and static. Now we've got rotate holes into piano, into the toilet, double mirrors holding the similar, like this is a very, very shaped up defense.
They've sort of cut off their defense, or sorry, not their defense, they've sort of cut off the rotation in freezer to bathroom by opening up that hole into piano. And I get, yes, having a hole in piano, but do you need to do it there? Does it have to be in the middle?
No, yeah, exactly. They can't get out of freeze themselves now. There are still one roamer running around here for gBots. Drid currently on the bottom floor.
I think they just saw that Valkyrie cam, so they haven't actually gotten the one that's outside towards White Garage.
So we'll see whether or not they pay for that. Drid still watching for who may be coming into the bakery. Millenium though not doing that play. They have just
The drop down on the roof.
With a sledge and an ash?
Yeah, I think because they've been thermiting it this whole time. I think in their mind they're thinking, okay, well, they thermited that.
Thermited that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think in their mind they're thinking, okay, we're only going to use this on the piano wall, and then we don't need thermite after that. And they're kind of right in a way. They do have a Habana, so they are going to be able to open up any of the mirrors or anything like that.
That's true. Sledge was busy on the floor below. He also did grenade. He cooked a grenade through it from underneath to destroy the batteries, which allows them to thermite that piano wall now when they decide to drop on through. So as they are being half-heated, tracked by Drid, there goes that second thermite charge. So, yep, that's his job done. Thankfully, they aren't going to try and run a thermite up to that mirror wall like we saw gBots try to do last round. So
that just does not work.
They don't need another one, I guess. That's
I mean, you can smoke your progress towards the wall, but as soon as the guy hears you planting the thermite charge on it, you're dead.
Smoke works against you.
Exactly.
You into it, yeah. So, Steezy still covering from this angle below, but is he going to hold it for long enough? Drid is still down here. Yogus is coming around from the other side. Drid's gone right to the basement, though. Yeah, back to droning a little bit. Minute to go, and yeah, okay, they're inside piano now. Six Crusher's not been C4'd from underneath this time. But what else are they going to do? He's looking for the camera, and we'll shut that out before reloading again. Liven's still up on the roof as the Hibana, so I mean, he's not going to be able to take out these mirror windows here, but this push might just do it.
This is the first time the driving force has been alive in one of these pushes, and I think it might work out for Six.
And it does. Lion gets pushed into Liven because of Montaigne coming around like that. Yoga's now coming in the other side, is taking down Choi. Steezy's still downstairs with Yogas, and they pick off Drid as well. Now it's just two men upstairs. Wesker in the white corridor by Blueprints, pushing in towards piano. He looks for Renshiro, misses the shot, and he's going to get flanked by Yogas any second now. They have planted the diffuser inside the site. Barrage couldn't stop that. The C4 is going to go out and do nothing at all. Wesker now a little bit busy because up on the hatch, there goes Liven with another kill onto Barrage. This is more likely from Millenium, a beautifully executed attack.
A perfect round for them. They did not lose a single member. That was a wonderful, like you said, a beautifully executed attack. And what I think it really came down to was for the first time on that particular bomb site on attack for either of these teams, the person who needs to push their way into the site and establish dominance on the defenders was still alive, and that was that Montaigne. Some of these teams, gBots hasn't actually been bringing a Montaigne. They haven't been bringing Montaigne or Glaz or anything to push their way through, or even a Habana for that matter to get rid of the mirrors and piano. And they've been, they've been losing those rounds because of that. But Millenium, they have been bringing their Montaigne. It just usually dies early on, and in this case it didn't, so they were able to push all the way in.
So,
attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And now we're on 3-3, both of these teams neck and neck. Millenium going to be defending Train Room, which is a site that they haven't had a lot of success on so far, if I recall correctly. They played a little bit too static, so they do that upstairs delay. They force the attackers to waste as much time as possible upstairs, but then as soon as they get back down and as soon as they default back into the site, they just get pre-fired on because they're playing in predictable locations.
10 seconds remaining.
So are they going to be able to adjust from that, or are they going to move themselves a little bit further out? They're going to maybe play in reading room and play in B site and have holes into A to just kind of go for that retake.
Attackers
Or rather the other way around when it comes to those sites. Playing, I was right, sorry. B site playing shooting into A.
Cheesy then still opening a couple of windows just to generate a bit of fear, throw the camera out. Will it have been hidden or will Barrage see it? He didn't. He was looking the wrong way thanks to those window punches we saw earlier on. So that camera is going to stay on the wall for a little bit longer at the very least. Choi may have spotted it. We'll see. No, looks like he's got away with it. So this camera's going to provide a lot of information if gBots don't find it.
I think this camera's actually been on the Millenium side for the majority of this map, and it hasn't gotten shot yet.
Up to the roof goes Lion. Once again, of course, they were looking to go on in.
Ready to go.
And there's almost a minute off the board here. Now that's actually a pretty big, that's a pretty significant amount of time to have off the board when you're attacking Train Room and you're going for an upstairs to downstairs take, because you really need every second when you're doing this.
Choi's using some of those seconds, punching his way through this
Use
castle
one of the ash
barricade.
charges, dude. Just use one of the ash charges. Or okay.
Or a breach charge or a Wesker. That'll do. Oh,
did
changed
you
his
just
mind.
take it off?
I think he realized it's like one punch away. Either way, Barrage had picked off a kill onto Yogas elsewhere, so there goes that Jaeger out of the picture. Upstairs, they're still aware of Renshiro. They did drone him out and they know he's here. That was the castle barricade breaking as well. Now what's he breaching? Oh, it's a thermite charge. There we go. So that's that wall opening up instead. They have control of piano, but they still haven't killed off Renshiro. But now Wesker's pushing him, tagged him up, and he's dropped down through the hatch. Liven's still here. Also dropped down now through. So that fallback play from Millenium we saw earlier on is coming out again, but they've lost a few more people this time. See how scared gBots are. They seem to be less. They're looking more aggressive already, pushing those people back and now aggressively coming through these upper floors. Careful not to shoot each other in the head again. They have this top floor under their control with 1:12 to go, so now they've got to shape it up into an attack downstairs. They knew where everyone was going to be sitting downstairs last time. They pre-fired a lot of the angles, they figured out where those anchors were and did their job. Now they're going to start breaching this floor and they have a lot of time to spend. They only had 45 seconds to do it last time. This time they had over a minute. So the holes start to come out. The drones are coming out again. There's not a lot of help on Renshiro. He's trying to hide inside the train, but he does get droned out by Barrage. Inside the A site now, Liven is going to get spotted by that drone in just a moment. More holes are being made here by Drid above reading room. Making sure this area is clear, making sure they can pin all the defenders actually inside the bomb sites themselves. Drops through once he's told by that drone that it is a clean location. He's unsure about what might be behind him. He's right, 6 Scratchers there. Barrage has finished off Renshiro now that he's low. 6 Scratcher still here in reading. Here's the drops coming around in this corridor. He's looking for an opportunity to come on around. He finds Wesker's head, but Wesker flicks up and finishes 6 Scratcher in time.
15 seconds remaining.
2 defenders left up, 5 attackers. The plant is going down inside the A site.
10 seconds
Cautious of where these 2 are. One coming up behind, but they were ready for it. They were
Attackers
aware.
activating
Wesker
the
given that kill before Steezy finishes off Choi. Steezy now has to ace this to win it, as he's got 4 players to find. The plant is down inside the A site line, is looking through this hole. Barrage is above the trapdoor, but the shot's coming in from behind, and Drid with a wall bang finishes Steezy off to put gBots 1 round away from winning the map.
Millennium, they did adjust themselves. Ooh, look at this. Nice shot through the doorway. That was great. Millennium did adjust their defense there to supposedly counter the way that gBots was doing that take, where they got the pre-fires onto the anchors onto the site. They had more people playing in reading room and playing out in the roaming sort of game, right? They were setting up for the retake. However, gBots, they're familiar with that, as that is the way that they defend the site, and they were very clearly setting themselves up to counter exactly that with opening up the ceiling of reading room, denying that hard roam, watching red stairs pretty much the entire time throughout that attack. They were ready for the roamer game from Millennium, and it just didn't work out for them. That adjustment was, I think, sensible and calculated by Millennium, but it just wasn't the right one in this case.
So time then for gBots to defend this upper floor. If they do it right, we're on to map number 2.
And they've had good success with this upstairs floor in the past, and it's been because of, or actually, no, they haven't had, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Millennium, actually. Millennium is going to be bringing in Montaigne again this time. Now, they've won it one time with the Montaigne. They've lost it one time with the Montaigne. Going up, the one that they did lose was because Pulse got that C4 from underneath. And it really comes, when it's in a situation where it comes down to whether or not your Pulse is going to C4 Montaigne from underneath, that's a lot to put onto one individual.
Yeah, especially when last round, not only did that Pulse not get the C4 from underneath, it was because the beautiful push from Steezy and I believe it was Yogurts, that Ash and the Sledge combination cleaned out these lower 4s right as the push came on through.
Yeah.
Drid is down there again. Jaeger was roaming with him before, but both of them were picked off and killed pretty early on in their last attempt, so they need to try and stay alive a bit longer.
Reloading.
Once more, Millennium have droned and pre-fired and just opened up some of these locations down below to make sure they're safe to rappel up without anyone running out on them. It's smart and it's safe and it's quick. So they do get that done and start to make their way up to the roof once more. They'll drop in through red, then they'll reach into piano, then they'll try and pressure in from those mirror windows. But
Drid is playing all the way down on the bottom floor, and he's playing in a position where he can dynamically move to pretty much anywhere at all, playing at the bottom of those lobby stairs. He's got a lot of options from that, and he doesn't really have to worry about anyone coming in through his lobby door, given that it would be a lot of time wasted by the attackers to pressure from there.
this time though, Yogus is on the roof. Steezy's still on the balcony like he's been before, but Yogus is nowhere else to try and push. Previously he's come in through that garage, through the white staircase, and they push from either side. He may still rotate down there in a bit, but how long does he take to get that done?
They are cutting off red stairs in an interesting way. They're leaving somebody on balcony rather than playing it from the drop, and I think that's a really nice creative way to handle this. And he's going to actually move his way up to the roof now, so I'm guessing he might be playing that from the drop now. They still have that Montaigne. He is going to be starting to push his way through this door in a moment here. He's going to try and force Lion off of his mirrors, and as soon as that happens, he's got a lot. His team has a lot of options on this push.
Drid C4 just got used in piano and didn't touch anyone, so that Montaigne is looking safer by the second. Choi is out there inside this Christmas corridor looking for an opportunity to pick off anyone coming inside the site. Wesker's now here with him. Drid is underneath reading room, catching more and more, but as the grenades are coming in to take out the barbed wire, Millenium are setting up to push inside the site. Stizzy drops over into red stairs and now looking for that flank up on his drone. Wesker is about to walk around the corner. Does get spotted by the drone. Yeah, Yogos comes in through reading room, takes down Choi. Now we're looking for a second push from Yogos. This is what we needed from him. He took longer than before, but he's getting the job done. Zeezy's now joining him. They're pressuring this floor as Barrage takes off the Montaigne upstairs. That's the diffuser down though. 4v4, Flick comes out from Wesker, but neither damage gets completed. Yogos picked up from above, Barrage with a beautiful shot. The diffuser's still down in the doorway, and this is looking very good for the defensive hold from gBots. 25 seconds to go. Barrage still watching above. Diffuser's still down on the floor. Renshiro falls down Zamira inside the freezer. Lion getting that kill as it's now 4v2. CZ starts to make his way across through the bar. The flick comes up from Barrage. He gets one. Lion gets another, but now he's looking. They don't even know where Barrage is. Liven's still pushing forward. He turned it back on him and he hasn't got the kill. Drid from across the bar helps out with the final kill to push us to map 2 with a 1-0 lead to gBots.
GG. I thought Barrage got that kill at the end there.
Nope. Drid got it from across here. Barrage missed a lot of shots, but so did Liven.
So on that attack, unlike the way Millenium handled it in the first time they won that attack, they didn't try to hunt the roamers early on. Instead, they waited a little bit longer, and as such, they only got one of the 2 roamers. The other one was allowed to default back into the site. And then a player from above was ready for the Ashe to push through on that balcony because there wasn't enough time for Ashe to go anywhere else. So it was basically a free kill for Bandit. Montaigne got picked off, and that was pretty much the end of the round.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. It was all right. We've set up all our push here, we set up our pressure here, and as soon as the roamers start to focus their attention back up to here, we push them downstairs and surprise them.
Just not enough time.
Yeah, not enough time. They didn't actually manage to land anything after that first kill, and you say Barrage's position there was beautiful to cover that entry from above, and the drone that Ashe used didn't catch him, so nicely done. We are now going to head over to our second map. It's going to be Chalet. It's a map which plays a little bit more fluid.
I think Chalet is probably the most, I want to say, it covers all the different bases. It's dynamic, it's static, it has a bunch of different factors involved. There's vertical gameplay, but there's equally not in some situations. Like, for example, you can open up the entire lobby floor, but even, you're very exposed to the roamers who are going to be upstairs. So there's, a lot of things for every team to consider on that particular map, and I think it's really well balanced because of it.
We did see some moments of brilliance from both of these squads here. gBots showing us their new strong force in this game, and of course the fact that Millenium have been around for so long, shining through in that 3v5 victory, that cohesion, that natural teamwork that those guys have is there as well. So we'll see.
Honestly, I feel like it was really good by Millenium, but at the same time I feel like gBots kind of backed themselves into a corner by not having a Montaigne or Havana.
Definitely agree, but at the same time, when you're 5v3, we talked about it on Monday, and all you have to do is just trade kills back and forth.
Yeah.
Those 3 people being able to play well enough to not let that happen regardless of other strategy involved, it's a good place to be.
Yeah.
Let's head into Chalet then as map number 2 loads on in. Looking at these selections, we saw Montaigne used by Sisu very well on this map.
Yeah, Sisu used Montaigne to go ahead and force out the roamers from their upstairs hiding spots and push them down into the attacking operators who were waiting in trench to go ahead and pick them off as they got back to their site. But Montaigne has a lot of different uses on this particular map. He can be used in a very dynamic way, but we aren't going to be seeing him from gBots. They haven't really been favoring Montaigne or Glaz at all. They've been sticking to their old guns.
They have, and well, on this site, that means a very familiar lineup of operators to what we saw last time around, bar the Thermite here. Now, is that an oversight, considering they thought they might have been attacking Trophy?
It might be that they were thinking, yeah, they were attacking Trophy, because on a basement defense with a lack of Thermite, you're very much limited in your options. You have to, I think the only real choice on a basement attack without Thermite is to double Habana the snowmobile garage, and then to open up the drop above the B bomb site. That's pretty much all you've got. If you try to take it from Wine Cellar, you're gonna be sore out of luck because you can't open enough to give your team an advantage.
So we'll see what it is gBots choose to do with their lineup here. Drid's drone is spotting Steezy there, and we'll know that the camera's coming out in some way. Sixcatcher using that aggressive peek, paying off for him this time. Sprinting out that door, takes Barrage down, and seals it up behind him. He lost a little bit of health, but he survived, and the damage is done, taking away a powerful operator in that Capitao.
There are 2 players I know of who peek outside almost every defense round, K9 and 6 Quarters.
We saw the fear it put into the attacking gBots last map, Cafe, and that was before he even got a kill with it. This time he gets a kill on first round. So their attacks are going to be a damn sight slower to start in the following rounds. Choi is looking for the camera as he knows it's out there. He suspects it's here, but can't quite find it. And this hold from Millenium,
It's very interesting.
it's very aggressive.
It's unique also. They've obviously done their research. They know that gBots is not going to be bringing a thermite on this particular take, and that means that they have to take from bar. And gBots knows this, and they're trying to get in there, but they got one person picked off early, and now their Ash doesn't really have a whole lot of options to get into the bar area.
Wesker steps into that pre-fire from Renshiro, takes the one bullet and gets away safely, but still, it's a bullet that he soaked up. Just opened up a couple of the hatches in and around dining room.
This is similar to a clubhouse, or sorry, rather an organ hold where you have 4 roamers and 1 person holding on the site, and it's working out for Millenium so far. Only a minute 30 left on the clock, and the attackers have made. Oh my gosh!
Choi, what a shot! I mean, Steezy was low, I'll admit, but still, it's impressive.
That was nasty.
Picks it up and makes a move. Gonna get the revive off, but it's taking more time away. But he repicks the same angle, and Yogurt and Choi trade with a headshot on one another. So they both fall, but with a kill like that, it's gonna favor the defense, especially as they were already a man up.
And there's only a minute left on the clock. They have the gBots has established control on upstairs, but they have yet to establish control on bar. And Renshiro with the double kill.
He was there. He tagged Wesker from earlier, and now he gets 2 more kills. And while Wesker finishes off 6 Katra, Liven's there to trade him straight back and give round number 1 to gBots with a beautifully thought out strat.
Or Millenium.
Sorry, Millenium. Yes, you're right.
But yeah, that was a really interesting hold, like you said, from Millenium. They were extremely aggressive, similar to what we see on Oregon from time to time, where we have 4 players upstairs, 1 player in the site, and just control the upstairs and forget about the bomb site because there's only one way to get in there otherwise. In this case, actually, there's one way to get in there, but they know they're not going to be pressuring that, and that's wine. Because they didn't have that thermite, they couldn't go to wine, they couldn't negate all of those roamers, and that really worked against them. This is similar to what we were seeing from gBots on the last map, where they weren't bringing a Montaigne to push their way in upstairs, and they weren't bringing Hibana to deal with those mirrors in the piano. It seems like they're gifting themselves by just not bringing the right operators to do the job.
Interesting hole made by Lion Smoke there in the wall to kitchen. That's a wall which you regularly see reinforced because it allows an angle from that spawn rock in towards the corner of Trophy from a Glasgow assault rifle A.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But he made a big hole in it. Now we've seen holes in the wall directly to his right here that gives an angle in towards Trophy, but that wall in his left there regularly gets sealed up, so I'm interested to see what it is their play and why that's done.
There's a number of different reasons you could open that hole. One of the reasons being that you can, the West Lobby hallway outside of kitchen, you can challenge the window in the B window from there now. But I feel like you could do it a little bit more conservatively. Nice drone there in library. I feel like you could do it a little bit more conservatively by opening up the kitchen wall instead, because then you can play it from much further back without exposing yourselves to West Lobby. But we'll see, again, like, maybe they have a particular, almost got that kill. Maybe they have a particular idea for that hole that we're not privy to.
So, Druid upstairs by these windows, which has been spotted out by the fuse sitting outside. Heartbeat sensor is there, looking through the floor towards Games Room and tracking a couple of the locations. And it's one of them coming up the ladder that gets tracked and shut down very, very quickly through the window. That's the Montaigne gone already, the diffuser down already.
Both of these teams are playing a very similar defense, a very similar attack. They both want to do the bar snowmobile take. And in Millenium's case, they are bringing the thermite, but they're also bringing the Montaigne, but it's just not, nothing's changing in this attack. They're stalling out on Gaming Room and getting picked off by the copious amount of roamers.
Madrid's still free to move around inside library here after picking up 1 kill. He's got Choi watching his back from the top of the library balcony over towards the lobby. The attack that Millenium had lined up seems to have halted after losing that Montaigne.
This is similar to what we saw when they were attacking upstairs. They lose their Montaigne, they lose their aggro, they kind of stall out.
Looking to try and come in through the office side this time around, but are getting tougher and tougher as both Choi is up here on this balcony with an angle. Looks as if he will be a bit slow to react there, but Wesker is now the next man to receive them. Needs to go back across and challenge the angle again before coming inside. Lucky to be alive, but he does force Wesker's attention away. Barrage was there to answer though, and we'll trade that straight back before Joy takes out Renchiro, leaving just 2 attackers, 1 attacker left as Drid still in the library gets Liven in the same angle he got before. Yoga's looking for that fight, falls off the balcony, does get the diffuser though as he heads up the game room stairs. Once again towards library. He knows Troy is up here, he knows Drid is up here, he's got 4 people to kill and 45 seconds to do it. He's pushing in and around slowly across this corridor. Drid has an heartbeat sensor, but he's going to hear that and he's going to pre-fire it for a free kill, giving gBots round number 2.
No, first round. But they both won their defense.
Yeah, it was their first round, but it was round 2.
Oh, right. So it's pretty much the same exact defense from both of these teams. Hard roam, trying to force out the attack before they even establish themselves any point in the building, and they're doing just that. What I would like to see from one of these teams is bring a Montaigne, which is what we did see from Millenium, but use it differently. Don't use it up a ladder. Yeah, try to go up, bring it up, don't get picked off that early, and actually force the roamers into making a decision that they don't want to make, which is to default back to site, because clearly the amount of utility that's being spent upstairs, the amount of players that are being dedicated to upstairs, if they get defaulted back to site, they are going to have a lot of trouble holding, and they just haven't gotten to that point yet.
All right, old school setup here from Millenium on that castle barricade into kitchen, suggesting a very few defenders going to be left near this actual bomb site.
So this castle barricade was originally brought out a long time ago. Some people might think, well, what are they doing? They're cutting themselves off in the middle. No. If it comes down to the last 40 seconds and a team has to force themselves in through dining, then they're going to have the trouble of, okay, well, maybe we're out of grenades. Maybe we didn't bring a sledge, or maybe he's dead. Maybe we just don't have any way to get through that castle barricade. There's only 40 seconds left. There's 2 players left. 2 of them are in trophy. And now we can't get through this castle barricade. We have to force a way down the hallway. So that is what the idea behind that castle.
I want to see how slowly gBots come to the building here too, by the way, because this is a bomb site which has a lot of aggressive peaks for the defenders, and the 6 Scutcher's already pissed off a kill early on, and look at this. They are still pre-firing every window. They're slowly pushing in. Yeah. The other guys at the backside are still in their spawn droning. Like, they are very scared of where 6 Scutcher or anyone else may be peeking aggressively.
You say aggressive peaks on this bomb site, but geez, the aggressive peaks we're seeing on the other one. It's both of these teams seem to want to hold the entire upstairs on both bomb sites. It seems to be a common theme here, and it's working for them both, I guess, equally, given that the only defensive wins so far.
Steezy inside the office did have sight on the players outside thanks to his camera, but didn't want to go with the aggression, didn't want to risk the peak, and it's a smart choice. They are still outside the building with 2 minutes to go. They are still droning to find all these different defenders with 2 minutes to go. gBots have got to start thinking of formulating a plan as they're now inside the basement, pushing towards the rest of the map.
This is an interesting way to counter the roamers that they know are going to be upstairs by, instead of challenging them full-on frontal, they're just going to head and come from underneath. And I don't know if it's going to work out for them. They are giving away the advantage, but maybe it'll catch the roamers off guard.
So, up here, Drid just misses her head as she darts back into a crouched position. She's now aware of that angle, knows that they're inside, and is going to rethink where she sits. Renchiro castled off of that rotate back himself, has to get back inside the library, goes on in. Choi was there waiting for him, and he will fall down. So they're starting to pick these roamers off, but with 1:20 to go, they still have 2 to find, and, as you mentioned, then have to get in through the site, through castle barricades, which they don't have the utility left for.
They should be fine.
Sled opens up 1, but Steezy will take down Choi, so there's their Ash, so that's 2 breaches out of the picture. Steezy now has this reinforced wall. He's got Liven up here with him, and here it comes. The push from Wesker, grenading in through the doorway. He rolls way past Steezy, who's happy to sit here, sees the man through the wall, but will miss the shot. Wesker comes around again, and Wesker holds the trigger the whole way. Steezy, calculated, resets, and gets the headshot. Liven's taking a bit of damage here through the window here on bathroom. Inside the bathtub itself now. Steezy jumps on outside to try and have a bit of coverage. Back in. Drid still unsure of where to push. The smoke grenades are keeping him out. Down to 30 seconds now. Downstairs, Steezy picked up a kill on Barrage after he finished off 6 Scutcher. Down in the back line is picked off by Yogus inside Trophy. Drid has got himself inside the site, but he's got the diffuser and he's got to kill 3 players. He gets inside the Trophy room, and Yogus was waiting for him. A solid anchor to give Millenium round number 3.
So from both these teams, again, we've seen nothing but defense wins so far, and I think it has to do with really the lack of a concise attack from either of them. Well, Millenium, it seemed like they were trying to put up that, concise teamwork, oriented attack straight into Library with their Montaigne, but he got picked off so early that it defaulted back to, okay, let's just try and win fights. And that doesn't work in this situation where you have to force your way in through an upstairs. You have to have some sort of driving force, Montaigne being that driving force. Or you have to push together as a team, as we've seen from other teams like Ominous. Well, they'll bring all 5 players to one zone and be like, okay, we might lose somebody, but we'll trade it back and we'll force our way through. We won't waste any time dancing around looking for 1v1s, and that's what both of these teams are doing on attack. They're dancing around, looking for 1v1s, and ultimately getting their time wasted and losing those 1v1s.
Time for gBots to defend downstairs then. This time over, Millenium once again have all the breaching. They have the Montaigne. But can they keep him alive in this situation? What's the point? Where and how do they use him?
Right. Are they going to try and force him straight through Library and then do what we saw with Sisu? Are they going to try doing another thing that we saw for Sisu, which is pushing him straight into Master? I mean, there's a great many different ways to use him to counter the roamers, but how exactly are you going to use them? And will it be successful? Because again, last time he got picked off.
Last time they did, of course, try and pick up that top floor. They may not have to go for that this time. With all the breach they've got, they could just go straight through the garage door.
Yeah, right. An actual thermite this time, so they can push their way in through the basement. And it looks like they are, actually, yeah, based on their spawns, I can pretty safely call that they are going to be going for a wine cellar attack. Now, this is a good way to counter roamers. Basically, all you have to do, actually counter that. They are going to be, strike that rather, they are going to be taking upstairs, which isn't necessary for a wine cellar attack. Maybe they don't know that, or maybe they're just trying to be thorough, but all the same, they are taking upstairs first. It's still possible that they could push their way into wine cellar, but we'll see. That is a really nice camera there, by the way. They have opened up the wall on both sides to give that camera full visibility of both of the sides. I really like that idea.
Yeah, smart play. Upstairs, Choi does get droned out, does kill it off, but they're still using a lot of utility to get control of master bedroom here. Ash charge is being used up, drones being used up. Drid is up here, and I don't think he was spotted on the drone. I think it was just Choi. Steezy, though, takes down Wesker in the basement, so that's a Valkyrie out of the picture.
This is a wine cellar take.
Yeah, and this split pressure coming from Millenium is working out for them. The drone is upstairs being kept busy, and the push is coming from downstairs towards the site.
So again, you can pretty much counteract heavy roaming strats by simply taking wine cellar, as long as you've got a Thatcher and a Thermite. And a Montaigne will definitely be very useful. All you have to do is have somebody play in Trophy, and they can effectively cut off all of the flanks from the defending team.
So small wine cellar wall is being opened up now. Ranchira gets a big hole made in that. That's going to allow Montaigne to push in from the side of these two defenders and really be a nuisance. But they've got good holes made in the wall here, so they may be able to punish him if he steps over too far without backup. Still upstairs though, Jaeger is there. Lion will be taken out by 6 Scratcher downstairs. Barrage is still close by with not a lot of health though. Smoke grenades coming out. Ranchiro takes down Drizzy, tries to peek onto that, onto the Montaigne. And Drid steps a little bit too far to, Barrage steps a little bit too far to the right into Drid smoke, and he was already lacking a lot of health, so he falls. Only Choi left alive now for gBots, and Millenium with 5 up are looking to go 3-1 up here and head into a comfortable lead. Choi with a great shot past the Montaigne onto Ranchiro. Montaigne still holding the diffuser. Someone else could be planting this right now.
He could clutch this if Montaigne simply does not go for the plant or give it to his teammate.
He's cautious of people coming around behind him. Montaigne is backing into the small wine cellar, thinking about it. Yogurts is going to come down that staircase behind him. He's heard him in the barbed wire now. Choi pre-firing it aggressively. Doesn't get the job done as Yogurts was ready for it. Crosshair placement just a little bit too high for Choi. And Yogurts manages to win out in that firefight.
Yeah, so a nice attack from Millenium. They effectively read gBots' defense, which is heavy, heavy, heavy roam, and they decided to go for a wine cellar attack. Now, a wine cellar attack, again, is very easy to cut off the roamers and render them completely useless. And then with that Montaigne, the anchors that are left on the site, without their backup from the roaming players, they are pretty much forced out of their positions by Montaigne and then easily picked off by the rest of the attacking players. And that was a 3-1 again, like you said. There's not a lot of options here for gBots. They've got to go ahead and, I feel like they're lacking something on their attacking lineup here. I feel like they're lacking Montaigne. I seriously do.
See if they can somehow bring these guys to work with the setup they are using once again.
And they didn't bring a Thermite either. Now, okay, I can understand the lack of a Montaigne on a basement attack, but a Thermite I think is completely necessary.
Especially when you've seen what Montaigne have to throw at you in this situation. Millenium are going to throw that bar defense again. They know you're trying to come that way. You have to, but all you have to do is bring a Thermite, rotate around towards the wine cellar, and their entire defensive setup is set towards the wrong side of the map.
Right. It seems like a little bit of a lack of adjustment here by gBots. Well, it could pay off for them, though. The problem I'm finding is that gBots, what their entire attack strat seems to be reliant on, is bringing into 1v1s, winning 1v1s, and then moving from there. And sometimes it works for them because they are excellent shots, and they definitely win those 1v1s a lot. But oftentimes, Millenium just won't give them those opportunities, and it's showing that if they get stalled.
No, Troy is edge and cap it out.
Smoke is in a very aggressive position here.
Yeah, Smoke is looking to peek on around, and he does do it straight into Barrage's crosshairs and will fall very quickly. Smoke can hold that corridor single-handedly if he stayed alive and had the grenades to play with, but he is now gone from the picture. It's going to help out this push, actually, from gBots quite significantly.
The aggression from Millenium really not working out for them there, but working out for them when Yogurt peaks.
Yeah, Yogurt peaks and takes down Lion. C4 being used there to make a rotate in the office, and maybe a hole into the floor below here for that Valkyrie. The shots are rattling off all over the map with a minute 15 to go. We've still got time for this to slow down a little. Attackers getting the diffuser and getting back inside the site now. As grenades are heading to the store above.
So that means her options pushing into Wine Cellar are pretty much
She did
moot.
get that mirror window open, though,
but that's
before she fell.
She did not get the side or the small window. Closet actually might already be open, it looks like. I couldn't quite tell.
One side, I don't know, but Yogurt will take down Wesker, and that's him off the board. He's still playing in this dining room upstairs. There's the burn onto Renshiro, and down goes one more of the defenders. They know that Jäger's upstairs, but is he ready to cover the push? They've lost yet another defender now. So one upstairs and a Rook inside the wrong site. Yogurt evens it up with one more kill. That's 3 for him this round, but he does get flanked by Barrage here and taken out, so it's just the Rook left alive against 2. He has 30 seconds to hold them for, but there's a reinforcement here that's going to allow Barrage to plant. The angle is just about, he can see the corner of the diffuser. He's going to look for Barrage to get up and maybe run away. He's going to go through, Barrage keeping his head in. There's the gun comes around, the firebolt goes out towards from the corner, and the smoke grenades are there to try and cover Barrage's position. Smartly, he stays where he is though. He's capturing into the connector, the free fire comes out from Choi, but can't actually see him because of those smokes. Forward again he comes. Another smoke grenade used. Choi pre-fires around, but again will miss. Barrage now prone on the diffuser. 6 Crutcher falls to the spray from Choi this time. We've seen him clutch those before, but this time he just gets a little bit unlucky.
I can't help but feel that Millenium kind of threw that round away by actually opening up the wine cellar, the small wine room for the attacking team. They didn't have a Thermite. Their Habana was picked off early on, and
I'd argue that spot was open for Smoke to play in, and they
yeah,
threw it away by
Smoke
Smoke
kind of
dying.
Smoke wasted
I like that open if you have a player playing it to be aggressive,
agree,
but as soon as Smoke died, useless.
Yeah, no, exactly. I completely agree with you. I think it's fantastic to have open, even more so when you know they're not bringing Montaigne, which is the direct counter to that. But also, when they're not bringing a Thermite, why not just reinforce it? You don't have to worry about a Thermite placed on that wall. And Habana, at the most, is going to be opening up a small crouch or prone hole. So just go ahead and reinforce it. And more, honestly, I feel like Smoke kind of lost that round all by himself, to be honest. And like even if he just played in there, or if they just reinforced it, either way, they would have won that round.
Yeah. So. Are back 1 round closers are leveling it out. They are onto defense again. This time of Kitchen Trophy once more. The attacking roster from Millenium still unchanged. They are bringing themselves a Thatcher instead of a Sledge that we saw in previous occasions, and that may actually hurt them if there was a castle, but there is not.
Yeah.
10 seconds to go.
It is a very utilitarian attacking lineup here. The only non-utilitarian operator on this.
Utilitarian word?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm just going to go ahead and guess. There's a lot of utility on that attacking lineup. How about that? The only player on that lineup that does not bring a massive amount of utility is Yogurts with his Ashe, but obviously Ashe is Ashe. Ashe wins engagements, so she makes her way onto the lineup.
So the windows are open. The location is known. And this time they get their Montaigne onto the top of floors. No more ladders to climb up, no more dangerous spots to be. And he does get onto this balcony. There's a camera waiting inside there for them, so he may be exposed to a C4 from below like previously. Can he survive it? Wesker.
So yeah, they are bringing their Montaigne to the balcony instead of library this time. So they're going to try and avoid getting picked off on that ladder. They are going to, I'm guessing, try to force out the roamers from upstairs.
Right for it, as it is though. There's only one roamer upstairs and it's Drid.
There's one on the lobby stairs though, playing somewhat aggressively, you might say.
That's aggressive for one. Wesker picking off Yogurts. Yes, he rotated all the way down to the basement for that kill. And then can get to safety through Wine Cellar. So Montaigne's job of herding the roamers out not working so well right now.
He's attacking the wrong side of the map.
Once again, that whole wall is open. The free fire from above coming through from Liven to make a hold of his zone. Shield is continuing to push through the upper floors. But now there's nobody up there. Drid is down inside the bomb site level with the rest of his team. So 4 attackers have a minute 25 to try and figure something out here. Montaigne back on the balcony. He's not holding the diffuser like he was before, so that may benefit them, but their attack is decided to come from West Main. They're bringing a thermite over. They maybe have to breach through this wall in towards the trophy room.
This is a very dangerous attack for any team in any situation, but they do have the Montaigne to help them out.
So Montaigne is blocking this doorway and blocking the flank, so they've got the wall open, but now they have to get Lion out of here, and this is a very strong spot for a smoke to sit.
But again, the Montaigne!
Yeah, but he's getting tagged in the smoke, but it does force Liven's position, very easily killing Lion. Drid, though, is killed off Steezy elsewhere. Now Renshiro has to get through this smoke and get that diffuser to his team. Drid has dropped on through. Renshiro does get a kill onto Wesker. Very important that he got that, otherwise he'd be dead and the diffuser would be down. Renshiro is now planting in Trophy. This is looking good for Millenium now as they have the Montaigne to hold the wall. And the plant is through. One on the window, Claymore on the bomb as well. Renshiro can watch one way, Montaigne can watch the other, but Renshiro dies as he vaults over. Underneath now, Drid is there. They're focusing on the window. They know the Montaigne's in the corner, but Six Quattro takes down Barrage. The C4 landed under the bomb and didn't do any damage to the Montaigne. Liven at the window, Six Quattro around one side. Liven's watching for the run out from below. Choi and Drid, though, both inside the trophy system. Montaigne falls through the trapdoor. That's a big mistake, but he gets around to the window. They've killed Liven. The Claymore takes out one more, so it's 1v1. Choi is looking for the defuse, but Montaigne can get behind him now. He's taken too long, and it's an easy execute for Six Quattro. Millenium are on map point.
Oh, gBots, you tried so hard, and Six Quarter, he kind of whiffed that at the end. He almost lost it for his team, but the Claymore managed to clutch it out for him. I feel as if gBots is a little bit behind here, because in so many situations on attack, if they just had a Montaigne pushing, they would be able to win. And on so many situations on defense, if, you know, they get taken out by a Montaigne, they get forced out by a Montaigne, and it just seems like they're not adjusting to what's necessary on this map, and it's costing them dearly.
So, once again, to defense of the Wine Cellar go Millenium. Bringing both Echo and Smoke this time. That's a lot of area control, but we've seen Six Quattro's Echo die very early on in a lot of rounds on Cafe.
Because he tends to peek
out.
out.
To be peeking aggressively and playing. Well, we see teams like Sisu love to use the Echo, sit him on the site, and then use the drone as a third roamer, right?
Right.
He doesn't do that. He's the third roamer, and the drone just kind of sits somewhere else. So he's dying very early in some of these situations. But if they use him statically this time, if they have him, say, watching the B site and Smoke watching the A site, those are two big denial operators delaying the time.
I'd also like to say that if Smoke decides to, instead of pushing out this time, if he decides to just simply play in the freaking closet, they'll probably going to win the round just off that. If gBots goes for a Wine Cellar attack, Smoke stays in that closet, they will almost certainly win the round, simply because they don't have something to force. I feel like a broken record. They don't have a Montaigne to force Smoke out of the closet.
This other small thing to talk about. If this does go Millenium's way here, we head to Oregon as our third and final map. Another map where a Montaigne team can do very well. And if gBots haven't got a Montaigne practice, which is why they're not bringing it here, I fear for their next map.
They've not got any of the new map, and I hasten to say this, but I feel as if gBots is just maybe a smidge behind in the meta. They haven't really adapted to the Montaigne or the Glaz, and they don't have any. Again, there's just a lack of a driving force. They're trying to win their 1v1s, and they're so great at it. They're fantastic at winning 1v1s, but that is not what the game comes down to in the end. So now, a really slow start, again, from gBots. They're waiting for those picks, or for those peek outs. They know Six Quarter likes to, but luckily for Six Quarter, he's not this time.
No, he's staying in this time. He's also, I believe, still in the basement.
Yeah.
Upstairs, we do have Steezy's Valkyrie and Yogurts on Jaeger once more, watching these different angles in, because they know the push likes to come from Game Stream. Yeah, Sixcatcher, he's in the blue corridor, but he's got the drone watching the staircase for him. Wesker, though, gets in, takes Yogus down as one of the roamers is off the board very quickly now. So this is looking good for gBots. Spray into library as they do spot Steezy on that drone. Steezy is forced outside to get away from it. Does jump on over, which means them an immediate all clear to push on forward. Choi is inside library, cleans it out, and gets straight to business. Even though Garfi's back inside and safe now, she's in game room. She does have the safety to go to that library staircase because of the drone that Sixcatcher had there. Yeah, but because Sixcatcher's drone is watching that corridor, she did have a window to rush quickly through it. She lost that window though by taking a long time. She's now stuck in bar. Choi's ready for her, and Choi's going to win that fight. They've also managed to pick up one inside dining room as well. He did trade one out, but Renshiru will fall to Drid, so there's only 2 defenders up. But they are Smoke and they are Echo. If there's anyone that can delay a game for an entire minute, it's this combination. But how do they make it work when all of that echo pressure is being put towards the blue staircase and everything's coming from the attackers via Wine Cellar?
Yeah, but again, I have to say it. I feel as if that Millennium's just kind of throwing this round away, but having that hard roam, it's working right into gBots' hands. gBots wants you to challenge them upstairs. gBots wants you to initiate fair fights, and you're doing just that, and you're losing them because that's what they're ready to do. But
Smoke grenades going out very early here. The Echo drone has come up to this end. Sixcatcher has repositioned. Again, an aggressive spot from Live, and the grenade does land at his feet. Wasn't quite cooked long enough, so he does get away to safety. The next smoke will go out. Drid is not being touched by this one. He's got the shotgun in hand. Lion is spotted. He goes down, and that's the diffuser off. Echo's been killed off by a flank here now. No, he hasn't, sorry. It was a 15 seconds remaining. Echo's still up. Drid comes around the corner, wills the fight onto Live, and it's now all on Sixcatcher. 10 seconds to go. He's upstairs. The diffuser is going to be planted right underneath the dining room trap. If he can get over to it, he can stop it and win the round. But he is being watched by Choi, and he's staying inside bar. He was hoping they're going to run out of time. And they don't quite. He gets in through the gap. Oh, he's directly above this. All he's got to do is drop down and kill one. Barrage's going to hear it. Barrage takes him down as he falls through the sky. gBots just about hold. That plant was cancelled 2 or 3 times and was put down on the final second.
What happened there?
To delay the clock. They were moving it away from the trapdoor as far as they could and then had to hold the plant. Yep. So they put it right down to the wire.
That was
good
very
cover.
Scary.
Good cover from Barrage to make sure they were there.
And again, I feel as if Millennium is simply throwing away those basement defenses. They could easily win it by anchoring hard. There's no Thermite, guys. They're focusing most of their game on taking out those roamers, and you're giving them that.
So, live to fight one more day here, gBots. They're onto onto defense of the kitchen trophy room. If they win it, we'll head to overtime. If they lose it, we're off to our 3rd map anyway. Millennium, though, once more bringing in their lineup.
Did I just see a recruit?
We did.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Maybe intentional.
Maybe. I'm curious to see what kind of recruit it is. Is it a shield recruit?
Yeah, they haven't lost any important operators with their attack. They've lost their Ash, right? That's what Yogus
There's
has
also
been
no
playing.
Thatcher.
Now, if they're using a recruit shield, perhaps in place of an Ash, she's still very good at winning some of these aggressive 1v1s.
No, you're right. You're right. No, I mean, I could see a recruit shield working here in this instance. I mean, it's a pick that we haven't seen a whole lot of since he moved from a 2-speed to a 3-speed, or sorry, a 3 armor.
So hear this out. If they do the same push they did before, use him inside the trophy room through that wall, you don't need necessarily the speed. You just need to be an immovable object inside that trophy room. So perhaps that's what's coming our way.
I could see that.
But they also need to be better off clearing out below. They got lucky with the pulse from below last time.
M870 recruit?
M870 recruit. I think he might have just been AFK.
Uh-oh.
I don't think this was planned at all. We'll see.
Yeah.
Either way, we do have to get them clearing out Drid, because last time he did try and C4 that Montaigne and just missed it by millimeters. If he gets it right this time, the whole attack falls apart. Yes, they came close and they won the last defense, but it was very, very down to the wire. Sorry, last attack, but it was down to the wire. With this recruit pick, though, this could be an overtime.
They're stacking up to straight up go through the B window. There's no other thought process going through their plan.
Lion rotating away from it, kills off the drone, but still, of course, has his smoke charges. Montaigne is right here at the window. Downstairs, Drid is no longer in the basement.
Their entire strat is just go through B window.
Smoke grenades are going in, flash grenades are going in. In goes Montaigne, the extended shield is up. Grenades are rattling in, smoke grenades are coming out, and he does get away from it. More and more explosives going off the kitchen wall. He's got a whole army of teammates in behind him now. The recruit is low, but he is planting the diffuser. Is this really just work for
How
them?
did
Can
that
they
work?
hold this? Everyone's alive. Renshiro takes down Drid, so the C4's gone. Renshiro's Claymore takes out Wesker. Lion will take down Yogus, but Liven has finished off Barrage. Lion pushes straight into the side, will fall to 6 Quattro after taking out Liven. The diffuser is still down, and it's all on Choi, who has no health against 3 here to try and defuse and kill 3 players. He's got to get one of them, and it's a Montaigne who's now watching him in the doorway. He's going to have heard him on the right-hand side. Here he comes, spotted. Renshiro's done it, and we're off to map 3 with a very, very old-school, basic, straight in through the trophy window strategy.
You say strategy, I say they jumped through a window. Okay. So on that attack, they clearly established that the gBots team was roaming very hard. I mean, both of these teams roam very hard on all of their defenses. And they're like, okay, if there's going to be only one player in B, all we have to do is just go ahead and vault through the window.
I love seeing that recruit there on the MVP screen, though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was.
Seeing that M870 just standing there, chilling.
I feel like that
Very
was
happy.
a mistake, but at the same time, it didn't really matter in the end. It may be that they brought him simply because of the smokes and the grenades,
Yeah,
because
maybe
they
it was
made
that,
use
yeah.
of both of those.
Yeah, their entire
But-
if their entire strat was literally, we know they run their roamers upstairs. We know we can just get into trophy
Yeah.
with one player being forced out. Then Moss the smoke out and just fill the whole room with smoke. 3 smokes on him, but Ash has 3 smokes too.
Yeah,
So yeah, it's weird, but
the
it works.
strat was weird.
It worked.
The recruit was weird. It was weird, but hey, you know, whatever.
It worked. It's
whatever
going to take them
works.
to map 3. We are heading to Oregon now momentarily. But again, you mentioned it, the fallback, and you're going to see it time and time again here, the fallback here for gBots was that lack of entry, that lack of wall
They
to push the
just-
defenders away. No Montaigne and even no glass.
They just want 1v1s. That's all they want, and they want to win their fights, and it's clear that that's their strategy. I mean, oftentimes on Cafe, we saw them stall out entirely because simply Millenium wasn't peeking them, and
Claymore.
it's been costing them throughout this entire matchup. I feel as if they just bring that Montaigne, if they just bring that Glass, if they bring some kind of driving, some pushing force to bully the defenders, they'll be able to win a lot more of these rounds.
So, another couple of clutch moments coming out here at the end, but just not enough members left alive. Some beautiful pushes from the defense, trying retaking that, but they just didn't have the numbers.
And you have to hand it to 6Quarter. He influenced that match entirely. Like, if it weren't for him playing that Montaigne, it could have gone easily in gBots'
definitely.
favor.
Yeah. That Montaigne was just effective.
Yeah.
Getting his entire team in that site more than it was just a force on his own. It was backing it all up. So as the teams flip a coin and talk to the admins and decide who gets attack and who gets defense here on Oregon, we got to look at it. Top floor site, I expect to see both of these teams defend as their first choice. They've done that in the
I agree with
past
that.
repeatedly. It also allows a lot more mobility, a lot more flexibility for their roamers, which is what we've seen them both do for the entirety of these last 2 maps.
I would actually argue in the counter, I would argue that the upstairs bomb site is less flexible, if anything, but only marginally, because both of these bomb sites, you could easily have a hard, heavy roamer presence. You can have on the upstairs bomb site, you could have a lot of people down in kitchen. But the one difference is that if you are going to be playing someone in the basement or over in meeting hall, they're cut off from the rest of your team. It's very easily by simply opening up the lobby door. So on a basement, you can roam in kids, and you can get back to the bomb site without exposing yourself unnecessarily using attic or using a run out through armory into garage. There's a lot of different options. So I feel like basement might be a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more options for your roamers, but just marginally, just barely.
Okay, so we are looking for that final decision from both of these 2 squads. I want to talk, and I know this is out there, but tower bomb site. We saw it in the previous seasons. We've seen teams spring it on people as a surprise. The coin flip was heads. It did go in the heads' favor, and therefore we have our starting sides for this map, and we are going to load in just a moment. Lion and gBots are on the blue attacking side first, and Renshiro's Millenium squad are on to defense. So, very quickly, with Montaigne and with Glaz, what has that done to the chances of that surprise tower pick? Because I feel like it's just put it even further in the ground.
Well, okay. Well, I've never seen a Montaigne or a Glaz attack a tower, rarely seen tower defended at all. But I would say if you are going to be bringing Montaigne or Glaz to a tower attack, I would say maybe pushing. It's going to assist a lot in taking Meeting Hall, which is then going to assist a lot in just simply opening up the Meeting Hall wall to tower, which is going to make it very easy for a attacking team to just plant right on that first level of tower without any real contention. Because a lot of the times what would happen when you're trying to attack a Meeting Hall is, it's very rare again, but if you're trying to go through Meeting Hall into tower, you'll have somebody peek out from that doorway, which is next to the Meeting Hall, but you can't do that with Montaigne. So
Yeah,
anyway, moving into this match, they did pick basement first, which is a little bit, which is not what we expected to see, although it is very common. There's an open mirror.
So the reason we didn't expect to see this,
Yeah.
or the reason I said I didn't expect to see it was because I felt that Alpha Flare was easier for roamers. Now, instead, that's not necessarily true.
Right.
The basement gives more flexibility for roamers, and what are we
Just
seeing?
slightly.
We've seen a basement choice, and there is literally no one in the basement right
Yes.
now.
Well, there's two in the basement, but
Okay, they have gone down now, yeah.
there's a very heavy roamer presence, which is, I guess, the objective of this defense. There's Rook playing in Meeting. He's going to be kind of the guy that everyone else pivots off of. They've got a lot of reinforcements in Meeting, and there's probably going to be, I'm guessing, somebody going up to Armory that looks like maybe Smoke, and then I can't see where Yogurts is, but it looks like he's also in Meeting Hall. But yeah, heavy roamer presence by the defensive team here. They are taking advantage of that option. The only reason you need anyone in the basement when you have a roamer presence such as this is to stop anyone from pushing in through the construction hallway. That's the only way, or only avenue of attack that a roamer cannot stop on this particular bomb site.
So Drid on this attack lineup is bringing a sledge instead of a buck, but everything else is the same for gBots. The defensive lineup from Millenium is also a very familiar sight. As you say, they're spread out across the map. Shots rattling off from Six Captures MP5 towards some areas of the map, making some holes in walls and holes in floors, as the drones and the push is coming in from gBots' small tower location. Inside the kitchen, CZ has been droned out, kills it off before heading back to hold that angle. Gives a quick push into dining from Choi though, as he now knows Steezy's inside the kitchen location. Drid is looking to push from the other angle, but can he get inside without being spotted? He's in the toilets right now, of course has that sledgehammer to find his way in. And he needs to wait for the Choi's opening. The shots rattle out again as Steezy takes out another drone. Sledge's wall did get opened up, and he did turn at the last second. He fights back to try and find Choi. Nicely played by the pairing here from gBots. Choi took his attention, then turned and just hid while Steezy shot this way. The flank from behind took him out. At the same time, they also managed to take down the Jaeger. Six Crutcher, though, will return by taking out Wesker's Thatcher. Thatcher is there, but immediately traded out as Choi has pushed through the dining room corridor and taken Six Crutcher down. Liven still inside the garage, peeks around and can get the down onto Choi, but can't finish him off. Smoke Grenade will go out to try and get it done, but he can't trigger it before he gets picked up from Meeting Hall by that pushing Drid. Renshiro is now alone downstairs against 3-4 if they can get the revive off. Choi, of course, surviving that smoke grenade, but with 30 seconds to go, they're taking a lot of time to get this done.
They don't know that Smoke is down. Sledge could not see him as he was shooting, and of course, points are disabled in ESL.
Yeah, so they are unaware, and they could have had an idea because why else would that smoke charge not go off? But they are playing safe. Choi comes down the staircase, does get spotted. Spray's going to come through the wall. He's going to spray straight back to it, but he loses the fight. And they lose one more to Renshiro, taking down the diffuser. He did fall, though, as the push from behind is there. Barrage shows up at the last second to finish him off.
As you can't help but feel as if Renshiro had heard this guy coming up from behind him, and it's not his fault that he didn't. A crouched, walking 3-speed is going to be very quiet, but if he had heard him, he might have been able to clutch that out.
Yeah, it was definitely a start of a big round for him, but it does all crumble at the final seconds, and as a result, gBots go one round up.
And again, I feel as if Millenium is giving these rounds away to gBots, because what are we seeing from gBots? They're not bringing the Montaigne. Yes, I've said it so many times, but they aren't, and they don't have a lot of driving force into the site itself. And Millenium, they are playing very aggressively on their defensives. They aren't just simply anchoring in the site, which is what Montaigne is so good at dealing with. He's good at dealing with roamers, yes, but even more so when you're getting into that final push straight into the site, he has a lot of pressure for the attacking team. And instead of just anchoring, Millenium is getting that aggressive roam and getting to challenging the attacking players and losing.
Time then for gBots to defend the upstairs site. They are going to be facing a Montaigne, but otherwise, again, similarly the same here for Millenium. They are going with a Thatcher from the start instead of the sledge here on CZ. Now, this push to me, Montaigne on the upstairs, suggests armory side, master bedroom through the closet wall.
wholeheartedly agree. That's probably going to be exactly what we're going to see. And I don't feel like Montaigne is very useful up here. To be completely honest with you, the dilemma with Montaigne
5 seconds left.
is that he is easily C4 from underneath. So if there is a Pulse or a Valkyrie, or anyone with C4 for that matter, playing down in Kitchen, and there almost certainly will be based upon their lineup here, and based upon the way that they're setting themselves up, almost everyone on the defensive lineup is downstairs right now, there will definitely be somebody to C4 Montaigne. It just comes down to whether or not they hit that.
So we'll find out. They have had a mixed success with hitting that in the previous rounds. Drid pulled off one in the early round to make it really worthwhile, but everything since then, not quite. So we'll see whether they can shape it up here for this map. Of course, this map deciding who advances into the winner bracket, who advances down to the lower bracket.
It's worth noting that this is the very first time we've been pushed to the third map in this entire Pro League season.
Yes, true indeed. And well,
Double
can't say it's the
Claymore.
biggest surprise either, considering these were two of the closest matched teams coming into the season.
Double Claymore all the way. Yeah, no, these two teams are definitely really on each other for going for this win. They both don't want to be forced into that loser bracket, having to play an entire other match. It's just not ideal.
No, so that's the attack shaping up. Smoke grenades going in through these windows to make sure they take out any trophy systems that may be in there. Once they realize that is then clear, what do you do with it? Because you don't have grenades to go in. Oh, nice shot from Ivan. Takes down Choi, peeking out of that kitchen doorway. One of the roamers from below out of the picture, but not one of the roamers with C4 or any kind of below threats, really. So we'll see how much that helps them. They are down to a minute 30 on the clock, though, and still have plenty of time to really make this count. They are not pushing from where we expected at all, either, though. They're coming straight from this big A window.
How is
an area where
Montaigne
Montaigne, isn't helpful. He's going to like leap in and then be exposed to multiple angles, which are very easy to flank.
But will gBots be able to capitalize it, though? Because they didn't when they were pushed straight into B window on Trophy in the last map.
That's true. So we'll see. In he comes. Barrage does spot him from one side. Lion, though, can't really pressure through this other window because he's being sprayed through the mattress by the thermite, and he's unsure about the windows which were opened up earlier on. So the plant is actually going down behind Six Scratcher. Barrage will peek through as the double C4 kill from Wesker below, what did we say, takes down the planter and the Montaigne.
So that C4 was actually pre-placed.
Yep. That was the Valkyrie who died straight after blowing it up, but did blow it up all the same. As the Ash and the Hibana now have to push up this staircase to try and get themselves the diffuser back. Pre-firing is going to let Drid know exactly where they're coming from, so he's watching this angle and going to start throwing these smoke grenades out. Close each one off and just drag them in that corridor. 30 seconds to go. Cannot get up here. Yuga's going to rappel up the outside again. He's looking to try and come through the window, but there's a bandit right underneath it. The body is on the window frame. Barrage not quite spotted here. Yugas can't quite see him over the body that's on the window. In he comes, the pre-fire is there, but Barrage will win the fight. Up the staircase comes one more, and Lion shuts him down for a quick gBots round and a 2-0 lead.
So that was a nice pre-placed C4 from Valkyrie that pretty much won single-handedly that round. What was that attack, though? Why Montaigne... That's okay. So similar to what we saw by you said a very old strat pushing into just jumping in B window. That's not even really a strat. That wasn't really even a strat. You're just pushing yourself in through a window.
So here's what we saw, and it matches Cafe, right? They set up their attack for upstairs. They left the roamers kind of alone. But then as they pushed upstairs, then the guys down pushed for the roamers, right? But there was a mere millisecond of delay between Wesker being killed and him blowing up his C4, so he actually stopped the plant. If that kill had come through half a second beforehand, his C4 wouldn't have gone off, and that may have succeeded the plant. So a slight mismatch on timing, but the idea does match what they did in Cafe.
Yeah, and Millenium is historically known as being one of those teams that is really great at their timing. It's always on point. They have all of these different attacks, like you were saying. They were coming in at pretty much the same exact time. The guys who are hunting down those roamers, and then the guys who are trying to hold the site, or attack the site, are pressuring at the same exact time. Just milliseconds off on that, of course, killing the Valkyrie. I feel as if the Valkyrie, though, could have triggered that C4 just a little bit sooner. She was waiting for the planter to come in. She could have killed the Montaigne at any time.
That's true, that's true. But worked out for them that time. Right. So it does again. Outside the back tower goes a camera from Steezy. And he will head back towards his team as they are now defending this upstairs site themselves. It's only him and Six Catcher downstairs on the room at the moment. but that may change later on. Castle upstairs to slow down the pushes into the upper floor with both a Bandit and a Jaeger with him. There we go, Six Scratcher comes up in through the back tower. We've seen him do aggressive peeks from this location multiple occasions. He did it, I believe, early on here, but has now fallen back to safety once more, leaving just the Valkyrie downstairs. Taking out any drones, making some holes in windows to allow for the sound propagation. Setting up a couple more angles to peek from. Varrosh can hear these windows being punched open, just can't quite see the spots themselves. And Six Scratcher is now happy that no more action is going to come his way from there. We'll just seal it up while he's still safe to do so.
Unfortunately, you can't get rid of those little wooden bits, so you can't actually open up that hole anymore with the Deagle. But yeah, no, very slow attack from gBots. They are setting themselves up in tower. Looks like they're going to try and push their way in through attic, or maybe meeting hall, but either way, nope, it's going to be attic. Hibana's making her way there to open up that reinforced wall. Kind of an odd attack, pushing upstairs from attic. That pretty much bottlenecks you as an attacking team.
It does, but it's also a very old school strat that we've seen from a lot of teams in the
saw
past, which is normally matched up with an armory / master bedroom push, right? To avoid that bottle.
But it's not happening.
But no, that's not happening. This is just only coming through the attic right now. And they have a minute 30 to change it up, but if you try and now rotate to the master bedroom and push from that angle with so little time to go, you're going to have a bad time. And Six Scratcher is sitting here holding this angle into attic, so the attic players can't come through early. He does move away after being droned, and well, that might give an opportunity, but the attic players are now leaving the tower, and that whole Hibana breach is kind of wasted.
Changing mag.
So, Yogus inside this window now has Lion there and around him, repelling and looking for an opportunity. He does stand up at the last second, just as the opportunity to see his feet was there for Lion. Yogus looking for one angle. There's a player in each window now. Shots coming through from Capitao. He does run to the one safe spot that he could see from there. Lion looking to repel across. Those shots come rattling out once again through the floor. Now Yogus is taking a lot of damage, dancing back and forth. He does finally fall, but it's wasted more and more time for the attackers. They have lost one of their own now as Liven takes down Wesker, and it is still a 4v4. 30 seconds to go. Steezy comes down and gets one onto Barrage. Liven will get one onto Lion. Steezy was down. Druid is outside of the balcony. He's pre-firing through the mattress, but can't get the kill. Liven gets back to safety. Ventura is down and he's trying to crawl to him. Druid trying to find this kill, but he cannot see him. It's just a blind spray. Choi pushing from Armory now has to find his way through too. Scatcher is watching this way. Liven is there. Steezy is on the attic looking through the cameras. Ready to come around behind. Choi will fall to Six Scratcher. Doesn't even need one more. Drid does take Ventura out as he tries to come back from the bedroom. In the push comes through. Drid gets Liven as well. Steezy and Six Scratcher now have to find him. He does just hide from them. Can't get both kills. And it is a round in the bag for the defenders, and the first one for Millenium.
Now this problem has been plaguing gBots since the very beginning of this matchup, and it is that they continually stall out on their attacks. They seemingly cannot commit to just one idea, one particular plan, and they always find themselves flopping around, moving from point to point. And it's irking to see, because Millenium, they're doing quite the opposite on their attacks. Whether or not they are winning, they're simply committing to one push. Just go in here, all together as a team, and go. And that's been their entire strategy, and it's been working for them sometimes, not other times. But all the same, it would probably benefit gBots to simply commit to one particular take on each particular round, or if they must adjust in a way that is organized.
Down to the basement goes gBots then for another defensive attempt. The Montaigne is being brought out here from Millenium, and now normally we'd say a Montaigne push on this side with a Thermite, with a Banner, with a Thatcher comes very nicely through construction, blow the bread wall, blow the blue wall, push in. But we've just seen that Millenium don't like doing the conventional Montaigne pushes on their upper floor. So what are they going to do here?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they handle this. Maybe they're going to push in through tower and push the roamers out of tower and meeting hall, and then open up the drop downs and work something with that. But then why are you bringing Thermite? Maybe they're going to do that, and then they're going to couple it with a Thermite push into construction. I'm not sure. I could see that working. Bringing Montaigne upstairs, taking tower, pushing your way in through meeting hall, establishing control of meeting hall. Hibana open all of the drop downs. Now you have the drop down above box open, so your Thermite is free to go ahead and move to the top of box, and then open up, or sorry, not the top of box, the wall of box, open that up, and then Montaigne can drop into box. You can push your Montaigne in through and get the plant. But who knows what they're going to do.
They have all spawned construction, so it's looking a little bit more familiar this time, but we'll see how it shapes up as it continues. The cameras are being placed out here in a very predictable spots for gBots. Not predictable as in going to be spotted easily, but
common
to catch the same attacks that we were just talking about,
right,
in through meeting hall and in through the back corridors of construction.
And so Millennium's attack here is going to counter the very heavy roaming presence from gBots, assuming that, never mind.
Troy does avoid most of the damage there from that shot that Liven throws his way. To get spotted while he was punching those windows open, has to fall back a little way.
Gotta feel like simply pushing in through construction would have been the better bet in this instance, as there are at least 2 or 3, I think, players on the defensive team roaming right now.
Yeah, but Millennium knew that, and that's why they're putting all this attack into the upper floors.
Right.
So we'll see if they adjust or change their mind. They are getting control of meeting room now. They have got drones scattering around 6 Catra's Montaigne. I like that Claymore. Did you see that?
I did.
It had one laser pointing through a hole in the wall at the top of the staircase. But the Claymore itself is on, look, you see it by the generator there. The laser is pointing through the hole in the wall, but the Claymore itself is actually outside.
That is hopefully going to be very useful.
That's sneaky, I like that.
And it looks like their attack is somewhat...
And thank you, cameraman, for doing that.
It looks like their attack is similar to what we were talking about earlier. They took control of meeting hall, they opened up the drops, and now they're thermiting their way into box. They're pushing their Montaigne in through the hallway instead of dropping into the box, but it's pretty much the same as what we were expecting.
Yeah, they have got their one player above. All smoke grenades are now used, so once this one times on down, that's that delayed. There's no echo this time around for gBots. They haven't run it at all. It's been 6 Catra, but that's all their delay gadgets out of the way. Now they've got to rely on gunplay. Wesker just catching sight there of the Thatcher as he sprints across. Lion tries to sprint into another corner and survives to fight for another day here, but it's going to be a tough one. As 6 Catra tries to edge down the corridor. Perfect peek from Barrage, shoots him in the side, a perfect flank. Wesker pre-fires around and will not quite land the shots on Renchiro. Comes back and tries to pre-aim the corner again. Lion gets down this time by the fight. Choi with an angle doesn't win it as Renchiro will shut him out again. In the push comes from Millennium and it is looking strong for now, but they do lose the diffuser as Wesker peeks around to take down Steezy. Lion was finished off from his downstate in the corner, but there's still 3 attackers left up. One upstairs in the form of Yogurt. Where's he going to become known? In from the backside, Liven now is taking out the barbed wire. On the other side of the mirror window is one more. Barrage finishes off Liven though, and now it is only 2. Renchiro down. Yogus is going to drop through the hatch. Peeks around for one side, and he will get Wesker before being traded out by Barrage. 8 seconds to go, and it's a 1v1 now between Renchiro and Barrage. Renchiro has the diffuser and is planting inside B. Barrage is aware of it. He's going to push forward for it. Doesn't go just in time, but there's a couple of seconds left. Renchiro doesn't have the timing right and cannot complete the plant before Barrage gets on top of him.
So that was exactly what we predicted with the attack. They took control of meeting hall, they opened up the drop downs, they forced the defenders back from the box, and then Montaigne was allowed to push into the site. But unfortunately, Montaigne exposed himself to a crossfire in the hallway. That was a little bit of a misplay, I think. And we've seen time and time again when Millennium lose their Montaigne on their attacks, they lose a lot of their momentum overall, and they tend to lose those rounds. So kind of, you know, predictable loss there for Millennium.
Yeah, just angled a little bit too far to the left, allowing Barrage to get a shot round behind the shield, save that Mira's life. As it is though, Millennium back onto defense of the basement again themselves now. Looking to hold out against this attack from gBots, and once more, no solid driver coming here. No Montaigne, no Glaz from gBots, but they have made it work before.
I see, again, I can't help but feel like Millennium is allowing gBots to make it work, because if Millennium hard anchored with the lack of a hard driving force to push them out of the site or force them to maneuver as a defensive team, I feel like they could easily win those holds, and Millennium's been handing it to gBots.
Especially as they've shown they like to run both Echo Smoke combo, which is very strong at holding this basement as your double anchor.
And then they get aggressive with that. It makes no sense at all. But that's what it is.
That's what they're going with. You can see Barrage there at the top of the scoreboard for gBots stepping up big on this map so far.
I didn't catch it.
He had 8 kills.
Oh boy.
So the next man on his team, I believe, was 4. It was
4 rounds in the bag and 4 rounds already and 8 kills. That's pretty impressive.
8-4. Stepping right up. Top of the tower he comes now though. There was a player up here moments ago. I don't think he's aware of this. It is, however, no longer there as it was 6 Quattro once again getting down into the attic and reinforcing that wall with seconds to spare. Smart timing there from 6 Quattro, figuring that out and knowing when to get away. It's now back towards the meeting hall ladder. Shots coming through from above by Renchiro to give himself an angle onto the corridor and the stairway below. Down underneath him is Steezy to cover the kitchen below. So once more, a very aggressive spread from the Millennium Roamers.
Will it work out for them this time?
see. Drid takes out the default camera. Once more, Drid and Choi, of course, are going to be the challenge for Steezy here. Last time, they bested him without doing or taking any serious damage themselves. Can he come out on top this time over?
Got to figure he's going to play a lot more passive instead of peeking onto that Ash like last time.
Yeah, look, he's already run into the meeting hall with Renshiro, so they backed away very, very early on this time.
No risks here.
Yep, much safer play. And, well, Millenium aren't aware of this yet, so they are still wasting time trying... Sorry, gBots is not aware of this. They're still wasting time trying to clear him out. So this is a smart play from Millenium on this occasion. Breach is coming in now from Wesker at the backside of the meeting hall. Renshiro is up on... But he's going to be right next to Sixcratcher and Renshiro. Neither of... Or none of these three players seem to realize how close they are to one another.
Looks like they're going to default.
They are defaulting. Sixcratcher and Renshiro given the opportunity to fall back. Wesker could have picked them both off there. He just didn't have the eyes inside that meeting hall to know that was an opportunity. Has to drone for himself, and it gives him the opportunity to fall back. Minutes to go, 5 defenders alive, tucked in downstairs. A lot of utility being used upstairs here by the attackers. That's not 5 down. Up.
Oh, it's a sandbag.
Oh, that's awkward. Drid will win that firefight, taking Steezy out from above. Just as the push starts to come from below, but Sixcratcher does take Wesker down. And taking Renshiro out. Choi was down, but now gets revived. Barrage stepping up again, gets the kill onto Sixcratcher. 2 defenders left up now. 1 smoke, 1 Jaeger. 4 attackers, but 2 of them are low. Liven gets a good shotgun kill on the staircase, and that's the diffuser. He's going to know about it too. Saw that fall. Choi vaults over, picks up the diffuser. Smoked out from here, is going to have to come back towards the drop. 25 seconds to go. Drid at the back has Yogurt's attention. Choi looking down through the hatch. He's going to catch an angle here on Liven, but can't quite finish him. Liven runs to the stairs, ducks away again, perfectly timed to stay safe. Looking back to the hatch, knows the diffuser is in Choi's hands. Here's the shotgun coming down, but Liven will not win that fight. Choi gets down. Yogurt grabs 1. Does get away to safety. Choi's in the plant spot. Drid's coming around the corridor behind him now. Yogurt tries to flank back the other way. The plant's going down with 2 seconds to go. Yogurt is in a momentary 1v1. Looking to try and find this kill onto Drid. He knows exactly where Choi's going to be. Drid, though, down and behind the cabinet, now has a friend back in tow. Choi's finished the plant, so it's a 2v1 again. Drid steps up. Yogurt sees him. Knows roughly where Choi's going to be now. He hasn't had a chance to move from the plant spot. Checking the cameras. He's got teammates to do this for him. Up the staircase goes that last remaining attacker. Yogurt's in a 1v1 with more health to play with. Still checking cameras that he shouldn't need to be doing. It's right underneath the plant spot. Looking to the staircase. Choi's looking through the trapdoor. They still don't know exactly where he is. He's inside the classroom. He doesn't have a hole in the wall. He's looking for him. Sees him. Yogurt picks it up and has time for the defuse. Beautiful clutch play. Keeps Millennium's dreams alive here, and we head to 3 rounds to 2.
So Yogurt's checking his cameras just a little bit too much. Your teammates in that situation will be making the calls of, hey, we don't have any intel, and in that case, you really, really do not need to be getting onto cameras. But whatever the case be, he did win the round. He clutched it out for his team, and there's not much to analyze about that. To be quite frank, Yogurt's just came in with an excellent clutch. There was kind of an interesting attack, though. They took a lot of time to get to that lobby, and it didn't seem like that was their initial thought. They put a lot of pressure onto the roamers early on, and they didn't actually get any picks at all.
Stepping up huge for his team there. Pulling that out of the bag as they now switch to attack again. Once more bringing that Montaigne in.
And that's the only that's only the second time that Barrage has been killed in this entire match. Or this entire map, rather.
9 and 2.
Actually, 2 of the players, Drid and Barrage, have only died twice in this entire matchup, and those are the rounds that, of course, Millennium won.
Oh, now the setup for upstairs goes in place here from gBots. It's once again looking very familiar, but before, as we mentioned, it came down to that millisecond of timing with the C4.
You gotta figure that this time they're gonna either shoot the pre-placed C4 or be ready to stop Valkyrie from placing it after as their Montaigne goes in. Because obviously with their last attack, when their Montaigne vaulted in and they came in to hunt down the roamers at the same time, they weren't expecting a pre-placed C4. They were expecting Valkyrie to go to place it at the moment of Montaigne vaulting in, and it just wasn't the case. But they will be obviously ready for it this time.
They are, in fact, attacking completely differently. This is what we expected last time round. Yeah, they're coming to the armory side, coming to master bedroom, not from the junkyard and over towards the A site. So they're not going to fall prey to the same pre-placed C4 this time over. But however, there is opportunities for it to be done over this end instead. Yeah. If gBots realize this is where it's coming from and look to make that play. Right now, however, I do believe Wesker still has it in his hands, so he is allowed to be flexible. He was droned outside of that meeting hall, so that's why those revolver shots rattled through the wall in his direction, but he gets away again and starts throwing at a couple more cameras. Gets away to safety. The attack from Millenium is shaping up quickly on this edge now as the defenders from gBots have to rotate away from this end and safely back to their team before they're singled out.
Both the defensive team and offensive team are just kind of skirting around each other here. They don't want to commit to any hard engagements. These stakes are so high in this situation. This is match point for both of these teams. So whoever wins this map will be winning the series overall and moving into the winner bracket.
Six Catcher gets up the main staircase. It is exposed to pressure from below, but he is safe because of Yogurt's here in the meeting hall, and they know about it. Drid and Wesker are both down here, but they can't do anything about pressuring these players on the stairs above them yet, because they don't know what's waiting for them. They're going to let the clock burn down, though, at 1:30. Smoke starting to use his charges now, as he has gone back upstairs to the site above, leaving just Wesker down here alone. The thermite charges have gone off inside the master bedroom and given an angle in towards the site, but Mantain's going through the corridor instead.
Can't quite see where he is, but he looks like
Wesker's
he's
peeking out just as Milgus looks away, and Wesker once again gets the important C4 kill onto that Montaigne, and that's the diffuser drop, just as Yogurts turns his head away from the doorway where he could have seen Wesker stick his head out. There, though, Steezy is here to answer the kill onto Wesker, but the damage has been done. Claymore inside the closet will allow for a fallback after this plant has gone through without being chased. But can they get the plant off is the question. Pre-fires to the A-bomb go through. Lots of players on that back staircase here for the defending team. They need to get up and into that generator bomb site if they want to stop this plant. And that's being covered from multiple angles here by this man on the connector window, by the man on the kids window, and now with these smoke grenades going off too. In they go. Steezy gets tagged up. Yogus is going to replace him and does actually down gBots' Drid down that smoke player. Steezy now rotates around, goes back into the corridor, and is going to look to try and plant at a different angle. Choi peeks outside and gets Renshiro from below. Lion now takes off Steezy, and that's the second time the diffuser's been dropped. 4v2, 4v3 as Yogus takes Barrage down, but he hasn't finished off Drid, who's still in that staircase, very close by. Lion with the crossfire. Flashbang comes through. They're going to double peek at the same time. Liven takes down one, but Drid will take down Yogus. Liven now has to find two. Finds one of them, looks for Drid. He knows he's in the staircase, pushing him with the pistol out. Goes for the fight. Drid just reacts in time to shut Liven down and put gBots on map and series point.
So time and time again, when Millenium loses that Montaigne on their attack, they just stall out and are unable to lock out the round. And that's exactly what we saw here. Wesker doing his duty by his team and getting rid of the Montaigne early on. And it's, yeah, that's the second time on this exact defense, different places, but they really need to focus on stopping Wesker or just applying pressure before they push him with Montaigne, hunting down that Valkyrie ahead of time. And oh boy, it's a Glaz.
gBots are learning.
They're evolving. And I think it's probably going to, you know what? I have to guess that that's going to help them lock out this match.
I think, well, I mean, they're almost certainly going to put him on that A window, smoke it, and look through there, right? That's got to be the play.
Yeah, no, okay. So there's a couple things they could do. Obviously, they could put they could put him on master balcony, and they could have him play the master and hold the flank, and just go ahead and be all over. Just cover the bomb plant once they get that closet open. They could put him in armory, do something similar to what we see with Blackbeard in armory, and hold the hallway. Or what is most likely, and what you were guessing, is they're going to put him on the A window and just go ahead and smoke and push in. Try to get those picks on the defending operators. There is no mirror window on the defensive team, so which is what we were seeing on gBots, mirror window on that A wall looking towards the window. So it's going to be pretty easy for Glaz to push his way through that window if he chooses to.
So let's see how the gBots Glaz play is going to work out. Will it push them into that winner bracket game? Or will we be looking at another round here as Millenium bring us into a 4-3 scoreline?
This is the very first time.
Opening up half of that closet with a hole into it, rather than reinforcing both sides.
Six Quarter's not wasting any time here this time. They are not trying to challenge at all. He just wants to get safe, which leads me to wonder why they opened the hole in the first place. They could have easily just, you know, reinforced it and saved it.
He did do a quick peek again,
yeah,
but it was a very quick peek. No more hanging around this time. So
not worth the utility in my opinion.
No, I agree. But
especially not when they're ready for it. But it doesn't really matter. Now I'm curious to see, again, as we all are really, where is this Glaz going to go? This is the very first time that gBots has brought a Glaz or Montaigne to this matchup, and this is the third map already on match point, so it's been a while.
He is over by the dining room. He is being used to push in through this dining hole first.
So they're trying to get rid of the roamers. That
Yeah,
much is
just
clear.
using him for firepower to get rid of the roamers until they're ready.
I like this because what they can do with that is he can open up that entire kitchen wall by himself very easily just by shooting through it, and then he can hold all of below the site to deny C4s from underneath.
Made this hole into attic again. Last time they did this, they didn't even use it.
Yeah. Well, they might use it this time. We'll see. There's a Liven all the way down in basement. He is likely to come up on the players who are playing in tower right now, but I'm going to guess, based upon the fact that we have a Thatcher on the board, there is a Claymore to stop him. Uh-oh. But will it? No Claymore.
I don't see it, no.
Wesker's droning, so if he simply goes up the stairs right now, he doesn't know this, but if he goes up the stairs, he will get a free pick.
Oh, we can hear the rappel here, though.
Uh-oh.
Is he ready for it? He is, and oh, Barrage has aim on point. 10th kill of the game for Barrage right there.
A bomb has been located.
And since Troy didn't see anyone down in the kitchen, he has moved himself up to the windows, and he's going to go ahead and smoke.
Bedroom windows this time around, so this is also where the plant is sitting at. The diffuser is here. He sees a leg through the wall. He will get the down. He will die off to Renshiro afterwards, but he's taken 6 Quattro out, and that was the man inside the B site. Renshiro is in a tougher spot to defend this from being locked inside the other side. Nice kill from Steezy onto Wesker, and that's going to give them control of the attic back. Can they hold them off here? Lion still repelling on the windows, and this is an important position to hold when you've got that repel on the B wall, on the B windows rather.
They got off in time.
They got off just in time to get around towards A and potentially survive that flank from Steezy. Beautiful timing from gBots to get away from that. Barrage, darts across. Steezy will have called out the flank as a second one now by that window, but with 15 seconds to go, is that really enough? Fire grenades going to the back of the A-bomb. They're coming in through the window now. Drid looking the far side. He's looking to cut off Steezy as he's coming back, and he does. Drid takes him down. The planter's going to go through. They're peeking through the fire. Barrage gets another kill, and with that, gBots advance to the winner bracket. Millenium put up a valiant effort, but can't bring it out of the bag in the last map.
So gBots, they only just adapted to the quote-unquote new meta at the very last round, and it did do work for them. It was very useful. It told them there was no one underneath the site, and thus they didn't have to worry about roamers down there. So they were allowed to freely push onto the windows, and he got a pick on it, but they made it work regardless without bringing the Montaigne, and for the most part, without bringing a Glass, they did beat out Millenium.
11-3. Barrage stepping up.
He didn't take any risks
for his squad. No.
Any other player, I have to venture a guess, any other player who's not absolutely on point when they're getting off that rappel and they don't know Bandit is waiting for him in that doorway, they're going to get caught off guard and picked. And not Barrage. Not Barrage.
Ready for it. Reacted quickly, reacted smartly, got that kill in place. And well, let's look back at Oregon. We got some highlights for it, obviously, like we've seen before, but the Montaigne play, we saw it come out from Millenium. We saw it lined up. We saw the idea, but this time, gBots were ready for it every single time.
You know, it's so excruciating to see because it was Wesker single-handedly who was winning them those rounds on defense for the upstairs. If he hadn't been able to C4 Montaigne from underneath, I have to guess that Millenium would have been able to win those rounds and thus the map.
Yeah, both the plant one that he stopped to begin with, the second one where he pushed down the corridors, taking them out of the picture. Then while we did see him attack the basement with it there, it was just a slight misplay, too many angles, too tight of a situation. I mean, not even just 6 Quadra as a whole. Yeah, he could have done it a bit differently, but at the same time, that entire bomb site, there are a few angles which you can push as Montaigne and be untouchable, right? You could have gone through box door, gone by the bomb site, gone through blue and just be untouchable. We can show these highlights while we talk about this. He comes on through and untouchable, but you put him down the corridor and it's one of the most exposed points you can be.
Easily put into a crossfire, and it was a really weird play by 6 Quarter. But, and again, it really comes down to, I feel like, Millenium. Well, okay, we're talking about gBots, we're talking about Millenium. gBots won this matchup. They didn't bring Montaigne at all. And whereas Millenium, whenever they would lose their Montaigne, they would almost always lose their attack round because of it. And you have to wonder if relying on the Montaigne is hurting Millenium more than it is gBots simply not bringing him, because, again, they won.
Yeah, their strategies didn't seem to have anything in place for what happens when Montaigne dies. Which, I mean, he is very strong at the moment. He is considered very strong by a lot of players, but that doesn't mean you should make strategies that don't have a plan for when he's not there anymore.
You cannot completely hinge off of him. He's meant to be a shoulder to support you. That's kind of his role, but he's not meant to be the entire strategy.
Yeah, indeed. There it is once again, that Barrage reaction. Liven was there and he was looking the right direction, but his aim was just a circle around Barrage at that point. He wasn't expecting that player to come around the corner, crouch like he did there. But there it is. gBots, we knew there were rumors. We heard they were doing very well this season. They defeated their way through, undefeated their way through the qualifiers to get here. But qualifiers are not Pro League. But they've now shown us that here in the Pro League itself, they are looking for their first position at a LAN final. We'll continue, of course, with them in a couple of weeks' time. But now we have Penta versus Playing Ducks coming up after this short break. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in a moment.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the second series of the European Pro League here. We are Playday number 2. I am your host, Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum, and as you guys always know, Kickstar is right here. How you doing, Kicks?
It's good to be back. I mean, after that short 7-minute break, I think.
Yes. But we are here for match number 2, which is going to be between PENTA and Playing Ducks. Now, PENTA won Season 1 Pro League.
And they haven't really had much of a showing since.
They've been close. They were close in the 6th Invitational, getting into the 6th Invitational. Unfortunately, they didn't make it to land.
Yeah.
But also Playing Ducks, the opponents of them tonight, they beat Europe. They were top of they weren't top of Europe. Sisu was top of Europe during Pro League.
They've been having a decent showing going up into these sort of newer seasons. Season 3, they made it to the finals.
Yep.
I think they did play in the Invitational.
No,
they didn't.
No, they did not. No, they barely
But
missed
they
it.
did get close, similar to PENTA. So, I mean, it's a story of both these two teams PENTA won the first season, but that was a long time ago. Those are very, very old strategies back then. And since then, they've reformed many, many, many times. And Playing Ducks, moreover, have had a lot of experience in the kind of the newer seasons, and they've got a little bit of a more consistent roster. I say that, but they have reformed as well. So we'll see which team is, they're both kind of new. We'll see which one has a better showing today.
And we will see in just a moment. But first, we have an interview lined up with Fabian from PENTA. Let's bring him to the screen here and ask him a couple questions about PENTA and how they're doing.
Oh.
Fabian, hello there.
Hello.
Hello. So how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. It's
Awesome.
going to be a great game. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I think everyone's expecting it to go to that third map, and we'll have to see what that is later on. But first off, let me ask you, how has PENTA been doing since the 6th Invitational?
Well, we have a reformed roster pretty much, with 2 players coming back from pretty much retirement. Me and Jonas, we quit the game due to it taking too much time of our lives.
Gotcha, okay.
And after that, we acquired some good players, and we just, we went to all the way, and we want to win this.
Awesome. That's good to hear. So where do you think PENTA's strategies have differed from the past, and what are you bringing new to tonight's game or to this Pro League that you think will give you the upper edge today?
We play very fluid gameplay. We don't really go on one strat and push that too far. If we see an opening, we will go for that, and we will push it, and we will take what we can. So we don't have that much set strats because we don't believe in them that much. We believe in fluid strategies and just pushing where we can.
So that sounds like like you require a very strong in-game leader then, who's able to get a lot of information and process it and leads your team throughout those decisive moments in a strat or in the moment, basically.
Definitely. Well, I'm the brain, I'm not the aimer, so I don't have to do the shooting. That's not for me.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, is there anything you would like to tell the community about your team or about yourself that you think they should know about your team?
That we're a really aggressive team that likes to play fast when we can, and you will definitely not see the time running out on our rounds, that's for sure.
Awesome. Great to hear. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Fabian here on PENTA. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And so here we are. We're about to show up their roster. PENTA, like we had seen, or like Fabian had said, they've had a couple changes in their roster. Two are coming out of retirement.
Roster almost. I think Pengu is the only person who's retained a spot on that roster.
Yeah.
And if they are the aggressive type now, then that's also a pretty big change for that team. Now it's going to be interesting to see how it works for them. But here is their lineup: Pengu, Fabian, Jonas, Goga, and KS. And again, Pengu being, I think, the only PENTA player who has been with PENTA for the entirety of their existence. And then for the most part, a lot of these players, Fabian and Jonas coming out of retirement, a lot of these players, Goga and KS, are fairly new.
But their names ring a bell a little bit.
Just a little bit, but they're coming back.
Yeah,
so to
they're
speak.
coming back. So that's the roster there for PENTA. And I think what we've got next on the line is going to be an interview here with their opponents, Playing Ducks, and I think Meepy is going to be joining us here momentarily. If he's here. I think we're prepping Meepy right now. There he is.
Hi guys.
Meepy, how are you doing today?
I'm great, thanks. How are you guys doing?
Splendid. Good to have you here. So, with Playing Ducks, we saw that you made it all the way to land during Season 3 and just barely missed the cut to get into the 6th Invitational. How has your team been doing since the 6th Invitational?
Well, since the Six Invitational, we've lost 3 players due to a number of reasons, and then since that, we've been essentially building up the team from me and Zyronic. We acquired Lackey, who's been a sub for Penta in the past. He's been playing on other Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams. In the meantime, I consider him a real diamond in the rough. You know, he's made his way finally into Pro League with Playing Ducks.
Awesome.
And then with the split in ESG, you could call it, where they went for a more single language lineup, we decided to acquire Ren and Snooken, and they've been a fantastic addition to the team.
Awesome. So you talk about your diamond in the rough. Do you think that was it? You said Lucky was his name?
Lackey.
Do you think Lackey is able to bring some of that Penta knowledge and benefit your team? Do you think Penta's some of that might flow over and you might be able to get that upper hand?
Well, Lackey was with them for quite some time, so he knows the guys, or at least he knows Pengu and a couple of the others that have been on the team for a while. He knows them, he knows how they think, he knows how they play, and he's certainly been helping us towards creating our strategies and things like that.
Awesome.
So we've got a lot of stuff lined up for today, and we're just excited to show it.
Great. That's really good to hear. We're expecting it to go all the way to the 3rd map. I know this is going to be a close one, and I know you're probably thinking it's going to get to 2-0, but we'll see. We'll have to see in the coming moments. But I do want to ask you one last question. Is there anything that you want to let the community know about your team or about yourself?
Well, Playing Ducks have been around for a while. I joined Playing Ducks in Season 3, and from then we went straight on to the Season 3 finals. We hit a bit of a bump in the Invitational, but now we're back.
Awesome.
We're better than ever.
Great to hear. Well, we're expecting a lot out of your team and a lot out of this match, so thank you for joining us, Meepy.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. All right, so that is Playing Ducks introduction by Meepy, and like you said, they kind of had a bit of a roster change, which I didn't see much of, or I didn't think much of.
Both teams have pretty much had complete roster reformations. This is what we're going to be seeing from this match is, in essence, the very first showing from both of these teams, really, being the teams they have right now. And here's the roster for Playing Ducks: Meepy, Zyronic, Lackey, Renewals, and Snooken. Now, again, Zyronic and Meepy have been with this team for a while. And it's similar to Pengu. They're the old guard. They've been holding on to their team for as long as they can. And they've come back similar to Pengu, and they've reformed their roster. They've taken something that has been left behind and tried to make their own sort of go of it. And it's for both of these teams, it's kind of a similar story, really. And it's going to be interesting to see who has the fresher ideas and who is bringing more to the field.
Yeah, I feel like Meepy has always been someone that I see is very intelligent on the fly.
He's also a good aimer.
He is, definitely is. And I think what we're going to see is I want to see a lot of... So obviously, we're going to see a lot of solid strategy from Playing Ducks. That's how they outdid Most Wanted during the Season 3 Season 3 semifinals. But I want to see how the strategy development on Playing Ducks, how Fabian and Penta are able to kind of break that down on the fly and push into the site or
they did
go
say they
against
were a very aggressive team, and I'm wondering if that's going to work in their favor. Now, what we saw from Ominous in the previous play day this week was something very similar to that, which is just pure aggression. So I'm wondering if we're going to see something like that from Penta. Now we have the band phase. We're going to be seeing Playing Ducks and Penta, see what they're going to be bringing themselves to. Now, it's difficult to predict this particular band phase given that these rosters are almost entirely new.
Yeah.
So we're not entirely sure what their preferences are going to be, and this is all going to be much a surprise.
I think the general EU meta is, I was about to say was going to be Cafe, but that's getting thrown right out at the door. I mean, we've seen a lot of Oregon lately. We've seen potentially Consulate on a few times. Border's kind of slipping up forward a little bit more. We might see some of that, although I feel like that might be more NA.
Yeah, honestly, most of these maps are going to be played. I'm guessing the only two that are going to be definitely banned are, well, we've seen Bank banned quite a lot on Europe, but I think the only two that are going to be definitely banned are going to be Coastline and Skyscraper in this particular matchup, but we'll see. They're on the last two bans now. So
yeah, Skyscraper does seem to be, there's your Coastline ban. Skyscraper does seem to be a map that NA has favored over EU, and so that looks like it might be the ban here.
Penta might ban Border, and they might ban Skyscraper. It's really up to which one they practice more, and I'm curious to see which one's going to be. There's the Border ban, so Skyscraper manages to make its way into this particular matchup. It might be the third deciding map, but who knows? Maybe one of these teams have practiced Skyscraper and they want to go there.
Very possible. I mean, we still have Oregon. We've got Skyscraper. and I was going to say Chalet.
Consulate.
Consulate. So Consulate, Oregon, and Skyscraper are the 3 final maps. Let's see which maps they chose.
It's a nice lineup. All 3 of these maps, I think, I'm pretty excited to see. I hope that Skyscraper has managed to make its way into the 2 starting maps, but I wouldn't be bummed if it got pushed to the 3rd because I am expecting this match to go all the way to the 3rd map.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a very welcoming, deciding map.
Yes.
From both teams. I feel like both teams have probably worked on it. I mean, as you said, some of these players are coming out of retirement, so they might have skipped on 1 or 2 maps here and there, but I think Skyscraper is one of those maps that you can come back to, you can learn, and you can make it work for your team.
Right, I definitely agree for you. It is since it's a fresh new map, there is a lot of innovation yet to be done there.
I think one of the things that we typically don't see too much of, we saw a little bit of it during the Invitational, but we don't see too much of it, is on Skyscraper. I feel like the vertical game on that can be developed more. As you said, it's a fairly new map. There's still a lot of strategy that can be developed. I'm thinking in the tea and karaoke room, you're not seeing, at least I don't feel like I'm seeing the vertical play that I typically want to see.
It's a similar situation to what you have on Chalet with basement defense, where the lobby is completely breachable, right?
Yeah.
You can easily open up angles into the defenders in the bomb site. However, if you do that, you're exposing yourself to the roamers, and to take the time to get rid of those roamers, and then also you have to worry about the stairs, simply someone walking up from the bomb site. There's just too much exposure, and it would take too much time to clamp down on it to justify opening up that floor. So, and it's similar in Tea Room, where it's you can easily get taken down from anyone playing underneath. But here are our picks and bans, just kind of way out there. So we got Consulate, Oregon, and Skyscraper will be the 3rd deciding map. Playing Ducks opting for Consulate. Now I want to say that's interesting or that's surprising, but honestly, again, it's not. Given that both of these rosters are pretty much brand spanking new going into this matchup, it's really hard to predict what they want to bring themselves to, what their preferences are. And I'm not surprised at all overall by how Skyscraper made itself to the decider, because I'm guessing neither of these teams really want to play that. Even if they are brand new, even if we can't tell what their preferences are, nobody really, most teams do not try to develop the newer maps.
I feel like,
and especially in Europe, nobody really likes Skyscraper seemingly.
Yeah, I feel like these 3 maps all have a varying ability to see roamers, to see a lot of exaggerated gameplay off of the bomb sites, because we're not seeing in the clubhouse where it's typically a 5-site on-man or on-site 5-man defense, and we're seeing these what could be conveyed as larger maps, and I think that allows for a lot of variability in the gameplay, whether you want to have 2 off-site, 3 off-site, or whatever it may be. So I'm thinking that both of these teams, seeing as how these are the maps that are going to get played, are not going to sit too many people on site. I feel like this is favoring their playstyles of being aggressive.
Well, I definitely think that you're right. I think it is going to favor Penta. I do not know how gBots plays, given that we haven't seen them play yet. But if they are playing Ducks, excuse me, if they are similar to Penta in that they are very aggressive, then yeah, I think it'll be a really interesting matchup, and I think it's going to be a very chaotic matchup at that. We are waiting for just a couple more players to get into the lobby, so we will be starting as soon as we can. But
so on Consulate, we actually had Consulate last week, and we talked about how it seemed like I was expecting one of the teams to kind of go top 4 and middle 4, leave that basement alone, and that's exactly what we saw happen. I think it was what games did we catch yesterday or last week?
I don't
Drawing
recall.
a blank. Whatever it was, we saw that middle 4 bomb site get played.
Yeah, the lobby.
And we saw the lobby get played, and the lobby and piano room. I mean, we're speculating here because obviously these rosters have changed.
I do think that we will see
You think we'll see a little stir up there?
I think it's likely, given that these teams are trying to be fresh and new, and that they are fresh and new, and then Penta touting the fact that they are an aggressive team, I do think it is very likely that we will see a lobby pick. But we are getting into the Consulate matchup right now, ladies and gentlemen, so see you there in a second.
Yeah, let's take a look here. I mean, the operators are about to be selected. I'm thinking, just like on Chalet, we have a preferred bomb site. And I believe, actually, no, we're going to go to that lobby and pressure mode at the start.
So just as
I was going to say it was going to be that top corner.
So just as we expected with Penta, since they touted the fact that they were an aggressive team, they will be picking the lobby first, and that makes a lot of sense. Lobby is easily won if you can just peek out quite a bit, as it is, it is consulate. There are very many windows to see into the spawn, and there's a lot of opportunities for those spawn peaks. Even with, especially with the balcony control, if you can establish yourself on balcony and peek out just at the right moment, it's going to give you a nice little peek. So they do also have an Echo, and what Echo's going to be great at is stopping that plant just walking straight into the front door and planting. He's going to be able to just put a stop to that altogether, assuming that's how he uses his Echo drone. He will be using the shotgun, which is kind of interesting. But there's other ways to stop a plant on this particular bomb site. Now, a lot of people, what they'll say is, well, defending lobby is bad because you can just open up the front door and plant. And there are numerous ways to stop that, and it is actually a terrible idea. Now, one of the ways is to open up these holes that Smoke is opening right now, and that's going to give you a nice little line of sight straight into the guys playing at the front door. Another way is to C4 through the drop downs, and there are 2 of them in the lobby, through the drop downs into the front door, and that, again, is another easy way to stop a plant. And then, obviously, you can just challenge from Spiral, or you can challenge from Bathroom, So planting in front door is not as good as it might be in, say, for a ranked situation.
Yeah, it does seem to be one of those too good to be true spots.
Right.
Where it looks like a golden spot to shoot at, or to place that diffuser, but oftentimes you might not be looking at everything that could be happening to you at that front entrance point.
Wholeheartedly agree. So from Playing Ducks, we do have a Glaz, no Montaigne, and it is, it's a really interesting guessing game, seeing who's going to be bringing Glaz, who's going to be bringing Montaigne to the field. And Playing Ducks, seemingly on this particular map, which this makes a lot of sense given the way Consulate is open, are not bringing the Montaigne, instead opting for a Glaz.
Yeah, and so Meepy's going to be up here on the building rooftop, right at Skylight. Now, what he's doing, he's clearing out the bathroom. He's going to clear out corner office, make sure that Renewals is going to be able to have a good shot, or at least be aware of where he should be looking, because he knows that there's going to be roamers up top. You can already see Mira and Goga running around. That is KS that's playing Mira, and Smoke is inside of the main site.
Not sure if Renewals knows it or not, but he could very easily smoke that doorway and simply rappel in. But he's taking his time here, does not want to risk anything, waiting for his teammates to drone him into the upstairs B-bomb side, but not actually a B-bomb side in this case.
Now, I think what I would like to see Playing Ducks do here, it looks like KS is going to get that first shot on a Meepy. I was going to say what I want to see them do here is take control of corner office and actually use that reinforced wall between connector as their own safeguard and keep the top floor above the B site for them, above Piano, and then go into Yellow Stairs, plant Piano.
That would be a good way to handle this, but they're trying to force their way in instead. They've already gotten 2 players picked off, and now they're in a really bad situation to win this round. Unfortunately, that Ash, who repelled in, did not wait for the smoke to fully blossom and got picked off by KS.
And here we have KS got on top of the cam. He spotted Renewals in time. They know Glaz is now inside of the corner office. I believe they heard Zeronic try to rappel on into the connector. This is a lot of effort being put up here. There's 45 seconds to go.
They're spending a lot of time on just one corner of the map.
They are. And Junis is actually in top of the circle stairs. Again, now we have 4 roamers, or 4 people off-site. Looks like Renewals is going to get that disorientation by the Echo drone. So is Ironic. Now they're going to have to push forward with a disorientation. Snookin's going to get Junis, and now it's a 4-on-2 as KS gets yet another kill here on Zeronic. You still have Renewals. Looks like he's going to open up that connector door, pushes on in, gets that kill on Pengu. He's going to drop. He's got Diffuser in hand with 15 seconds to go. He's got to smoke it on out, go for the plant. 13 seconds. Now Snookin will also get taken out. We could actually see Playing Ducks pull off this clutch. Right now, last one alive is going to be Renewals. He's smoked it out. He's going to see it. He gets another kill. A 2-on-1. He's got 1 health left to go, but the C4 from Goga coming in from the middle hallway there will finish off Renewals and give the first round to Penta.
That was a valiant effort from Renewals, but unfortunately it just was not enough. I think you called it. I think the right call would have been to instead default back outside, take control of Yellow Stairs, and push your way into Piano, because there was no one in position to stop you from doing that. Keep one person repelling on that, or I'd say probably Glaz. Keep Glaz repelling on the upstairs B window so that he can maintain control, so that you're not worrying about that drop down in the corner.
Yep.
And then just get the plant off. You don't have to worry about all those roamers playing in what was it, CEO?
Yeah.
Or not CEO, it was
in the middle projector room, yeah.
But whatever the case be, they did not do that. They instead opted to try and force their way upstairs, and it did not work out for them. Now we are going to be seeing Playing Ducks similarly bringing it to the lobby. Now I'm guessing that's going to be a sign of things to come. Very similar teams, very aggressive, and I think it is going to breed a lot of chaos in this matchup.
I think one of the things that I'm noting from the last round was Junis actually getting off of where he was originally positioned, rotating back up the circle of stairs. Now, ultimately, he had gotten picked off and didn't get the kill, but that kind of leads me to believe what Fabian was mentioning during the interview, is that his team is able to adjust on the fly, and they're able to counteract what is happening and bring more people, adjust more people, shift their player base in a particular corner of the map or portion of the map should the call be made.
Definitely. I really want to see how they're going to be able, or how they're going to handle their attack, because they did say that the way they do these attacks is to simply pick a spot and get aggressive on it and just sort of force your way in. They are bringing an IQ and a Montaigne to this lineup, which is kind of interesting. IQ makes a lot of sense on this particular bomb, or well, on this map in general, given the way that a lot of people or a lot of teams will opt for 1 or 2 Valkyrie cams outside so that they can peek. And I like that choice there. Similar to Playing Ducks, they are bringing a Blackbeard, but no glass.
Yeah, and kind of what we're seeing here from Zeronic is he's stationed inside of the Visa office at the moment, trying to stay out of sight from any roaming cameras. But what we're seeing from KS is actually he's repelled into the admin office. He's topside right now, looking for, again, those Valk cams, looking for any kind of hint that there could be a pulse. But Pengu playing the Blackbeard is going to pick off Meepy at the start from corner. I mean, actually, that's from the balcony, it appears. The balcony right outside above B.
He was playing above the B-bomb site, looking for through those holes to try and stop anyone pushing in through the front door. And this is the complete opposite on Playing Ducks' side to what we saw from Penta. Penta held this upstairs firm. They did not give away at all to Playing Ducks, whereas Penta have been on attack now, have been able to simply just take control of upstairs without any challenge whatsoever.
Now that was a good eye by Snook, and he did get droned out, but he was able to get rid of that device. However, they have given up top floor. They've given up top floor to Penta. They're now controlling it, and this is all going to be up to Playing Ducks to now play that horizontal game as well as be wary of the members above.
They're going to try and, Penta is just going to simply, now that they have control upstairs, they're going to try and push their way into the front door and get that bomb plant. But there is somebody underneath waiting to see through the drop.
There's a C4, but it hits the shield of Fabian and jumps off of him, leaving him with 30 health left. Zeronic's coming up those circle stairs as Lackey's still back by yellow stairs here. And right here, Fabian will go for the plant. I don't think Zeronic's going to hear it or see it. Renewal's also coming up from Visa. However, the shots go flying in. Junis going to pick off one as he looks up for the camera. Lackey's going to trade it down. Diffuser has been planted, though, and Lackey's going to be right here looking to get that diffuser destroyed.
Blackbeard's all the way back in spawn. He's got a clear line of sight on the bomb. I do not see this going well for Playing Ducks.
This is not. Pengu has the perfect line of sight there. Picks off Lackey's face, and it is all up to the last 2. You've got, I believe that is Valkyrie and Bandit left. That is Renewals up top floor, snooking those spots, Fabian. This is a perfect spot for the Montaigne to sit. He's out of harm's way, able to just see everything. And there's Pengu getting the double kill right onto Renewals and snooking.
Nice 3K by Pengu to hold out that bomb plant. And it just goes to show, I mean, so far what we've seen from Penta is a lot more of a concise, teamwork-oriented take. Playing Ducks, unfortunately, on their attack, they stalled out a little bit. On their defense, they were unable to hold the upstairs. And you got to wonder, are they going to be able to make these adjustments? Are they going to try and force out the upstairs, or are they going to just keep defaulting on that particular hold? I'm guessing what we're going to see on their next defense is they're going to try holding a different bomb site. But now, Penta, they are going to be holding upstairs, is opting to avoid the downstairs bomb site. A lot of teams do not favor it, given the nature of the garage wall, and if having it open really exposes you as a defender. And I'm guessing that is kind of, you know, what we're going to see from Penta. They're just going to hop between lobby and upstairs because they do not want to force themselves to anchor, which is not something that they, well, clearly something they do not like doing.
I think with Penta, what we're seeing here is I think their strategy of not having a strategy and being very fluid makes it very difficult for Playing Ducks to kind of guess or to predict what they're going to be going up against. And I think that idea, the mentality, the ideology that Penta's using here is a very useful one.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Playing Ducks, obviously, we don't really know very much about them so far. Given that this is really the first showing of this particular lineup so far. And I'm not sure if they're a counter strat team similar to CTM, if they're an aggressive team similar to Ominous, or if they're just, you know, a basic strat team where they take an idea and they roll with it. But it looks to me like they are the latter. They are the basic strat team. The way they're handling this, they're just setting themselves up for a basic B-bomb site take. They're probably going to repel their Glaz and their Blackbeard on that window, try to get some picks, and then push their way in, and I'm not sure if that's going to work for them, considering who they're playing against here, and considering, moreover, the fact that this is a very commonly used strat, and a very old strat at that.
Yeah, now Fabian is pinched right here. Lackey's trying to lay some pressure down on him. He's got cover. The only thing that could distraught Fabian is if there's going to be any nades tossed his way. Hopefully there's a Jaeger EDS next to him.
Sludge is in no position to throw any nades, unfortunately, for Playing Ducks. He's all the way outside Piano. They have opened up that mirror, but that is honestly not a very, you know, important mirror to have open as the attacker.
Yeah, I feel like that one is, you already know as a defender to stay away from looking at that corner window. So, like you said, it's not too big of a deal that it got opened up. They did put it in a very vulnerable spot.
I like the way that that Penta is holding this B-bomb site. They are straight up holding from yellow stairs. They're not putting anyone in the corner, and they're forcing Playing Ducks to get rid of that echo in the yellow stairs. And he's got a shotgun. It's going to be very difficult to handle that.
Definitely, and Renewals, he doesn't know it, but he did have his crosshairs right on Pengu on the other side of that reinforced wall. Smoke grenades are going to go in. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Renewals try to get on in sight, because something has to happen with P-Ducks at the moment, because there's a minute 10 left on the clock, and not too much engagement has gone. I like this playstyle from Penta right now. They're forcing Playing Ducks to make the first move.
And Playing Ducks is inching their way into the sites, but they're not really forcing out anything.
Now there is Zeronic. He's going to pick up Fabian, and now we're going to see a rush right in. Meepy's going to pick up one. He moves on into the A site, where no one is there to put down any additional pressure. But we do see Junis. He was on the Visa stairwells, goes all the way downstairs. Looks like he's going to try to rotate all the way to yellow or possibly circle stairs. KS is going to get Meepy after he already got Goga down. There's only two members of Penta left. That's Junis and KS. Junis coming up the yellow stairs now, which is where we did see the Echo. But Snookin is there to take out the Roamer. KS gets the C4 kill, though, onto Zeronic. A 3-on-1 with 20 seconds left to go. Lackey will get that plant down. No, he won't. He's not. KS is going to get one, but Renewals is there to get the shot through the open mirror window.
A great round from Playing Ducks. Well, interestingly played by Penta, to be completely honest. Playing Ducks was very cautious on their approach. They did a very standard B-bomb side take. They simply repelled on the windows and walked right in. But Penta was not in any position to stop it. As soon as the yellow stairs player got taken out, there was nobody to stop the B-bomb site from being taken control of in the attacking team. And Meepy just kind of rushed right into connector in A, and I don't know, it just seemed like Penta was playing extremely hard on offices when there was no pressure at all over there.
I think one thing that aided Meepy in that rush was they knew that Glaz was on the circle, or the corner office window. And so once you had Meepy throw in those smokes, as a player that's on the defense, you know there's a Glaz. You don't want to move because now you don't know what can he see.
Right.
So that forced smoke to just stay inside. And Meepy was right there pushing through the smoke and just ultimately knew that, hey, there's got to be someone in connector, and picked him off.
Absolutely. Playing Ducks going for a more standard hold upstairs. They're reinforcing the B wall instead of opening it up, which leads me to believe, of course, they will not be playing it from the yellow stairs. Now, we'll find out if that works out better for them. They do not have a Mira, unlike most European teams. They're going for something a little bit older, castling off that doorway into the B-bomb site to allow for the defensive players to play in reception, play in that hallway, instead of being able to get canceled out like you were talking about with that Glaz playing on the corner office window. He can basically cancel out the entire hallway. And now that castle's there, he'd have to shoot open the castle to do that. But there is no Glaz on the Penta lineup. They are bringing instead, again, a IQ and a Montaigne.
Yeah, what we actually see, Lackey was inside a server. I think he's still there, just making sure, trying to peek out and see if there's going to be someone coming in from Visa. But we already see the push from Penta is going to be from Garage and Yellow Stairs. Now this looks like a similar kind of take to what we wanted, what P-Ducks was trying to do, is just push up Yellow Stairs. Zeronic is sitting here. Looks like a couple bullets are going to tap the front of his shield, not do any damage to him, but that does grab the attention of Zeronic over there.
He's just going to go ahead and distract the Jaeger. He doesn't need to pressure him right now. And it looks like Jaeger's just going to fall off. Not going to try and risk it at all, which is interesting considering that Montaigne is not pushing him.
So here it is. Now, Fabian's calling out that Jaeger left the yellow stairs. However, bullets are still flying from the lobby. You saw Hibana just get onto the side window of yellow stairs. She's going to be moving forward here in a moment. One impact grenade goes flying, doesn't hit anybody. But Fabian will still be here taking the bullets.
All he really needs to do is block this doorway for his teammates so that they can get their pressure in, and possibly it looks like they're trying to open up that B wall into the site.
Now we do see Pengu upside down here as Blackbeard on the garage roof looking into corner office. That castle wall is reinforced all the way, and it looks like Hibana is going to open up a little crouch through hole into B. Now this is what needs to happen. They need to bait out smokes grenades. They need to keep Montaigne in that doorway and allow for the plant to go into B. You've got Fabian now, he's pushing in a little bit more. Lackey though is gonna get KS for the first shot. The first kill of this round, with 60 seconds to go. Goga's gonna trade it off onto Zeronic. Now the last second smoke grenade, you've got one gas grenade left. And I believe that wall has been opened up successfully by Hibana. I wouldn't be surprised if they're gonna get in here and momentarily.
It didn't open.
It did not open?
No.
Must have been an impact grenade or something to destroy it off. But here it is, Montaigne's pushing on forward, and it looks like he will fall by Fabian, or by Meepy. Renewals is going to take that UMP to get Junis down, and now there's only 2 left to go. It is Pengu playing Blackbeard. We also have Thurman. Now Meepy's going to go for the fight against Pengu and lose. Goga will also pick up Renewals. So that 4-on-2 lead just turned into a 2-on-2 with 25 seconds to go. Pengu's still here, another shield on the gun. Snookin's going to rush on out of there. Lackey's going to pick up one. They know the last one's in connector. And that looks like Pengu will get the shot there onto Snookin. Last man, Lackey, gonna be yellow stairs. He's got the camera above him. He knows he's picked it on up with 10 seconds to go. He's telling Lackey to go push. He knows it now. Lackey right now is gonna be actually underneath. Looks like the drop through. He doesn't realize the hatch got opened up. Pengu's now pushing in. He doesn't have time. He's gotta rush in with 1 second to go. He's gonna get the clutch, and Pengu getting that kill into Lackey, gonna force Penta up 3-1.
Oh, that was kind of a throw by Lackey. All he had to do was wait in the corner. There was no way for Blackbeard to get to him in time. There was only 1 second on the clock, looked like, when he died. So, unfortunate, but there it is. The attack from Penta kind of fell apart when they couldn't get in through the B wall. But they managed to pull, Pengu managed to pull it off in the end with a nice 1-2 clutch.
Yeah, that was it was almost like one of those oops moments, and then he was able to salvage it by getting Paulson out of the bathroom. But I don't think his intention was to fall through that hole.
No, his intention was definitely to fall through that. I was 100% to fall through that hole because he was playing against Pulse. If he hadn't fallen through that hole, then Pulse would have just killed him as he planted. There was no possible way to win that round other than hunt down and kill the Pulse. So that was a great play by Pengu to be conscious of that. A lot of other players, what they would have tried to do was just simply plant in a way that maybe Pulse wouldn't expect, and that would not work, not in this situation. Pulse is going to be too vigilant. So now we are 3-1, Penta up compared to the Pengu, and they are going to be going back to, sorry, not the Pengu, sorry, the Playing Ducks. Now they're going to be going back to their lobby hold. They are going to fully avoid the basement defense. So that makes a lot of sense with their playstyle, and it has been working out for them.
It does. It does seem like it's what they're intending to do here. We've got a lot of the similar reinforcements, similar barbed wire going down that we saw before. They are going to bring a few more up inside of the top site here. Now Zeronic's going to start out here by the courtyard. That's the gas station spawn outside by Yellow Stairs. I'm curious if we're going to see Playing Ducks try to take on the site the same way they did previously. It didn't work out for them, so hopefully they've changed up a few things.
It looks like that's unfortunate for Bandit. So we are going to be doing a rehost. Unfortunately, what happened there with Bandit is he got stuck in an animation. Sometimes if you're falling down from a ledge and you try to put out a barbed wire, it cannot move. So that is unfortunate. Now we will be going into a rehost. It is still 3-1, I think, in favor of Penta.
Correct.
So we'll just be going right into it as soon as we can. But let's talk about the way they were holding that site.
Yeah, so what we saw there, it seems like both teams are favoring that first floor site inside of the lobby.
Or instead of the basement?
No, the lobby and piano. It seems like they're favoring holding that. What we saw different between the two attack pushes onto that site was Playing Ducks seemed to come from Yellow Stairs, seemed to come from corner office, where Penta came the opposite way. They came from Visa, they came from admin, pushed up that way. And I'm curious as to what we're going to see different from Playing Ducks. I mean, we saw them try to just rappel on into the corner office.
Yeah, I think the real difference is the holds. Now, Playing Ducks, regardless of where you're coming from, if you're coming from the offices or if you're coming from corner office, you have to deal with the roamers, right?
Yep.
Penta didn't. Penta didn't have to deal with the roamers. Playing Ducks kind of just defaulted when they started forcing themselves upstairs. Sure, the smoke died, but he didn't get any picks. He didn't waste any time. He just kind of died to a Blackbeard repelling on the balcony window.
Yep.
So I think it really comes down more to the defense and whether or not well, honestly, if Playing Ducks can step it up and try and force control of upstairs, or, and I've talked about this before, but not many people do this, you can completely default off upstairs and hold the lobby just from downstairs and lobby itself. You don't have to have control of upstairs, but that is on you as a team to plan that ahead of time and understand that is what you were trying to do.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they weren't prepared for that. And so it wasn't an option for them, which means they either had to default back to site and
who knows?
try to hold play horizontally, or
maybe what they're going to do this time is they are going to do exactly that. Maybe that's going to be their adjustment. Okay, we can't hold upstairs, so let's try downstairs instead. We had one C4 down there last time, but it wasn't enough. But we'll find out in a moment here. Penta will be defending lobby again. So Playing Ducks, they are going to be forced into their attack. Now, again, as you said, are they going to try and just come from the corner office? Are they going to try and mix it up? Now, I think it's not necessarily a bad idea to come from corner office or CEO or whatever you call it, but you just have to be able to do it without getting picked off. You have to be able to trade back your kills, and unfortunately, it just didn't happen for Playing Ducks last time. They got stalled out. They didn't get any trade backs, and Penta put 4 people in position to stop them from pushing in. So
yeah, to me, one of the most odd things from that first push during round 1 was the Hibana that repelled inside had the diffuser on her, and she had died. She was the first one killed off. It almost seems like the diffuser should have been either left outside or put with another less aggressive person.
And why is Hibana the one being aggressive? I mean, it makes sense, I suppose, on Consulate. You don't really need a Hibana, especially when you're attacking a lobby. However, you know, it's still kind of it's not necessarily the right role for that, in my opinion. Their Ash did get also picked off pretty darn early, so yeah. Just no trade backs by that team on that particular take. Are they going to be going for corner office? It looks like they did spawn with that in mind. Almost all of their players on the west side of the building right now.
You know, it looks like Meepy's going to get up onto the roof through and look on through the skylight. Now, it does look like they're going to go for a possible yellow or corner office push. Meepy just pre-firing the corner, making sure that no one's in there. Now, I think Goga just tried to C4 and impact grenade got tossed out. Something. I heard a little explosion. Don't quite know where it blew up. But we'll have to see if that leaves any kind of entryway. Now, we are just getting into the round here. We've got Zeronic outside of the front alley.
Bomb has been located.
And again, we have a 4-man upstairs, now it's a 3-man. June is opting to go down into Visa and all the way down into the basement now. But we have still a very heavy roaming presence from Penta upstairs. They're not taking any risks here. They don't want to default back into the site. They simply want to hold upstairs as if it is the site.
Now, that is a tremendous Valkyrie cam that they had outside on the left side or the right side of Consulate.
Didn't quite catch it.
It was able to see both behind and in front of the front of Consulate. So you can see who's roaming out. They saw the Blackbeard. That's why Pengu went for that very aggressive peek off the balcony. Now, fortunately for Blackbeard, he was able to get off of that and move away and hide behind the wall. But Zeronic is going to have to be cautious of that camera. I don't think he knows about it, though. Renewals will pick off the first kill of the round, though, and get KS down.
Thanks to those smokes from Ash in the hallway.
Now, Snookin is going to be getting Junis. Now, this is going to be a good push here from Pleedux as Zeronic gets a piece of himself there, taking down Pengu. A 5-on-2. This is now the attack that Playing Ducks wanted to do round 1, but we can see that they've obviously made some changes and made some changes for the better here on round 4.
I feel like Penta's getting a little bit more aggressive on this hold. The last time they played a lot more passively, and they simply waited for Playing Ducks to wind down the clock. But this time, they're getting a little overconfident, it seems, and getting a little too aggressive.
Now, Zeronic did tag his feet just a little bit there. It looks like Zeronic will finally move on forward and pick off Fabian. Last one will go to Goga as he falls to Renewals.
Great round by Playing Ducks. They are down here a little bit, but they are showing why they are a force to be a reckoned with. Now bringing it to 3-2. Balancing out the score.
So this is round number 6, if I remember correctly. 3-2 is how the score is going to lie
Still
in favor of Penta.
Yep. Yeah. Jinxie owe me soda. So Penta will be bringing the Montaigne, and they're going to be attacking upstairs. This is similar to what we saw from them last time. I'm curious to see if they're going to try the same exact attack, simply moving into yellow stairs and opening up the B wall, and then trying to push their way into the site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I think we'll see something similar.
Right.
It doesn't look like we're going to have. Was it? I think it was Playing Ducks that had the drawing a blank.
Glass?
No, the Echo. Was that Playing Ducks or was that Penta?
Honestly, do not recall, but
I want to say it was
we don't
Playing
have one now.
Ducks. I want to say it was Playing Ducks because they didn't win this because you had Pengu drop at the very last second and kill the Pulse at, during that round. So what we're seeing here is a little switch up. It looks as though instead of the Echo being playing on yellow stairs, they might be sticking Zeronic or
No,
Meat
that was Penta.
Was that Penta?
Yeah, the way they're holding upstairs is they're opening up the B wall, putting their Echo on the yellow stairs, and they're holding B that way, instead of putting them inside of B and reinforcing the wall. They're playing it a lot more open, a lot more fluid. But this is
You're right.
Playing Ducks' defense, and they're playing it the same exact way they played it last time, with the castle to hold off that window. I'm guessing that Penta is probably going to try a similar attack, but I'm actually entirely wrong, given that they spawned on the east side of the building now. Looks like they'd be coming in through offices.
Yeah, and I think what they realize is they don't want to chance not having that wall opened up, because as you saw, and as we all saw, the attack seemed to fall apart very quickly after that little sliver of a wall at the top of the yellow stairs did not get opened up.
Right.
So it looks like they're going to go for strat number 2 for Penta, and Fabian's going to move up those Visa stairwell. That is going to be the Montaigne. Now he's run into a little bit of a pickle. He's got the castle wall to his left and the barricaded wall or door to his right.
But no barbed wire to slow him down. That's really interesting. Usually people, whoa, lots of barricades. Pengu got a nice pick on the B bomb site player, or rather the A bomb site player in the Bandit.
So this is actually very good by Penta. They've managed to secure 1/3 of the top floor, not contested whatsoever. All of these reinforcements, unfortunately, didn't mean a thing to Penta.
Right.
So now you've got, looks like KS is going to toss out one EMP grenade, make sure that this kind of get rid of some of the barbed wire. Now, right underneath, Lackey's waiting inside the lobby, wants to C4 once he's going to spot out who's going to be inside of the middle office.
Playing Ducks' sole hold for this particular instance is this pulse from underneath, and if he fails with his C4, if he doesn't stop the plant, the round is completely over. And more so, they're getting picked off constantly by this Penguin playing on or repelling on this window.
Yeah, so he has identified Montaigne. He has to guess now who's got the diffuser, because Montaigne could stand still, or someone else could as well. So with the inability to see what operator he's actually identifying, it's a guess game as to who's going to get that
And
point.
there's no Valkyrie, so no Valkyrie cams. There's a lot of information that just doesn't exist here. But I don't think Fabian understands that he has the bomb, and he's getting a little too aggressive. You cannot drop the bomb in the site, so he would have to go back to the stairs to drop it for one of his teammates. But it looks like he's going to opt to simply plant it, and
there it is. It blows up and gets him. That will also be diffuser down. Lackey's going to get another kill onto KS, and Renewals is going to get Goga. Last man alive is going to be Pengu. He was outside of the platform, but now he's managed to make his way inside his site.
He's got to get an ace to win this.
He does. He's already picked off 2. He's got 3 more to go, but it looks like Castle leaning back and forth, trying to bait out the shots. Pengu's going to get his 3rd kill, but be swashed over by Lackey. But it looks like KS is going to get that Claymore kill, though.
Very close to a win there. Almost managed to get the, well, he wouldn't have gotten the ace. Almost managed to get the 4K, but unfortunately one too many players for Pengu. So
I mean, they put all their eggs in one basket and it paid off.
Yeah, but that's the thing is they put all their eggs in one basket. And how do you stop a pulse from C4ing you underneath A? You open up front door and you play one guy with a rifle outside. It's that simple. So I'm kind of amazed at Penta that they simply didn't do that.
Yeah. I think they used a lot of, I believe that Thatcher could have easily done that.
Anybody. Any one of the roles could have just put themselves outside. Penta with the basement defense totally making me eat my words. They are going down to the bomb site that no one has gone to yet. It is 3-3. I did not anticipate them bringing it here, considering they have been doing so far a lobby and a upstairs defense. But I suppose they're just trying to keep Playing Ducks on their toes, trying to mix things up.
Looks like their lack of predictability is also going not in our favor either.
No.
They're so unpredictable that it's working for them, but again, it's going to be something that Playing Ducks has to play around with and figure out just how Penta is thinking.
I think this is a really good move by Penta, if I'm being completely honest, because what does Playing Ducks have? No Thermite. They have no Thermite. All they have is a Hibana. So their only real option here is to go ahead and try and take Piano, take Lobby, and open up above the bomb site. Get those drop downs open. They're not going to be able to pressure from the garage. And when you're not pressuring from the garage on this particular bomb site, it allows the defenders to play off of the garage, which gives them a great corner to anchor in.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no fuse, so you won't have the ability to scatter the defense.
Right.
You've got someone who's playing inside a server, which again is going to be a location that I think we're going to see Playing Ducks try to push from.
There's a lot of factors here that are just missing from the Playing Ducks attack in their operator selection, and I think it was Penta's intention to. That's why they picked basement.
Correct. And I think this unpredictability is what is aiding them tremendously in their gameplay today. Now we will see one roamer on the top floor. That's going to be Valkyrie. I think that is Pengu, if I remember correct. No, that is Goga. So he's up here inside of the meeting room, moving out into connector. He's got the cam as well as Junis to identify if someone's coming up behind, but right now, the push is coming from Visa, coming from server. They're going to make their way into kitchen. They know they don't have the resources to get that garage opened effectively so that they can take away the angles and push in.
So they're simply opting to go somewhere else, but they are taking their time with it. They don't want to risk anything. They're not rushing. They're not being aggressive, similar to what you would see maybe from Penta.
Now what we are going to see here is Renewals going head-to-head against Pengu. Pengu knows that Glaz is there. He heard the bullets go flying. This is going to be kind of one of those standoffs that won't have much come to it until the last few moments.
Honestly, all Smoke has to do is hold a hard 90-degree angle, and he straight up wins.
Yep.
That's similar to Chaos. All he has to do is just wait for his opportunity to peek this Blackbeard, and he wins. It's all in the defender's favor here. All they have to do is play their peaks right.
They just need to be patient, make sure, then be confident in their angles they're holding.
I don't think he saw Junis.
I'm not quite sure, but it does look like Goga's going to move on down. Get back onto site here. Junis, though, is going to have his way here.
He did see Junis.
He did spot him. No, Lackey didn't. Lackey's going to go down as Junis makes his way down towards the circle stairs, and now he's inside of the main lobby. So that gas play we were just talking about, he's gated and baited out one gas. However, Zeronic wins that fight against the Bandit. Now Fabian's holding the tight angle there, spots Blackbeard and gets it down as he moves on towards the soda machines.
This level of aggression from Penta is getting him both of these 2 picks so far.
So far, what we're seeing here with 30 seconds to go is a 4-on-3. He heard the C4. He got it destroyed. Now KS is holding the angle here, but he's got to be careful because Renewals is going to move on forward. And it looks like Pengu rushes her. He will get the shot on the BP as he rushes. Another shotgun kill from Pengu will take down Renewals. Now Snookin with that SMG level will take down KS as Sneak gets another kill onto Pengu. Now a triple kill here by Snookin. He's got to get one left to go. 7 seconds. Fabian just needs to play time. Diffuser's inside of the A site. Looks like Snookin might have spotted him. No, he doesn't. So Fabian rushes on forward. Plenty of time here, and that will be it here for round number 8. Round 7, I believe. It is 4 to 3.
4 to 3. So round number 7, yes. So that was a interesting attack. Okay, really, I think that entire round comes down to the fact that Penta decided to go basement instead of upstairs, and they threw off Playing Ducks' operator selection. If Playing Ducks had had a Thermite, they probably would have very easily been able to push their way through garage and done a standard garage take, and it works most of the time. But aside from that, Penta, they got very aggressive on the roaming game. A player hiding behind a soda machine at yellow stairs, who expects that? And, you know, June is coming down from the spiral stairs just at the right moment to catch Hibana off guard, denying her the drop downs. That's huge for his team.
Agreed. I mean, Hibana didn't get in to get either of the drop downs, whether it be the drop down above kitchen or in garage. If they would have had that and they would have had the yellow stairs control, I think game would have been theirs. A round would have been Playing Ducks.
Right. And now we are on match point for Penta. All they have to do is win this lobby attack. And they've had pretty good success with the lobby attack so far, but it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it this time. Playing Ducks is obviously, hopefully, going to be able to adapt to the mistakes they made last time. And last time what happened was they got a little passive on their upstairs hold, and they defaulted to the site way too quickly. They didn't get any picks, and they instead got picked. Smoke at the upstairs, above B bomb site just got picked off real easy by Pengu. But we'll see if they'll be able to make a difference, a change, an adaptation in the way they're holding this particular site.
Now, I think that might have been a failed Valkyrie cam. It looks like it might have gone inside of the fountain outside, where it's going to be over a lip, and you won't get any information from that.
That would be unfortunate. So Penta, looks like they're going to be setting up to take it similarly to how they used to. They're putting that Claymore there just in case there's a run out from Playing Ducks. There is going to be a Blackbeard rappelling onto that balcony window, setting himself up to kill the Smoke. What's going to happen here is they're going to try and kill Smoke upstairs and then take control of above B bomb site. As soon as they've done that, they are going to push their way in through the front door with their Montaigne and get the plant, same as last time.
Now, I don't quite think maybe needed to gas that out just yet.
No, he's just playing it a lot safer than he used to.
However, KS does go right inside of the admin office. Looks like Fabian will go down. Snookin, though, able to get a trade there. Finish off the Blackbeard. That's a massive kill there. However, one enemy's been downed outside. Snookin unable to get the target. He will be taken out here momentarily by Fabian or KS.
This is a little bit of greed on KS's part. He does not need to relocate from his position. They obviously had an idea in their take, and Chaos just took about 30 seconds out of their take and forced them to spend a little bit more time taking upstairs. That was a bad call. Montaigne could have cleaned that up.
100% agree there. However, we do have all of Penta, or 3 remaining members of Penta, back inside of the admin building. They're going to push in, very similar to how they did it before. And it looks like the Montaigne, who's going to be on cam, getting this information for Goga, Junis, and KS to move in forward.
I like the way that Montaigne is being useful to his team while he's not actually involved in the take.
Now, this is the second time KS has gone in and out of the window. He's now rappelled down outside. Renewals is going to be getting droned out here. Some bullets will go flying his way. However, he gets rid of the Hibana charges, all except one. That's going to allow Meepy to still stay on site with a little cover, or with more cover than he would have had before.
He's playing in the connector, but all the same, it is going to give him a lot more, options as a defensive operator. They are wasting a lot of time for the Penta lineup here, but they are at the man disadvantage. So if Penta just gets a little bit aggressive, and there's another pick from KS.
That's going to be on the balcony window, looking into connector, able to get Meepy down. So last 2 alive, you're going to have Renewals and Lackey. Looks like Renewals is going to get spotted out. He's going to have to drop and get back onto site. 30 seconds remaining. He's got to form back up here with Lackey. Lackey picked off one onto Goga. Now they're going to be in the back hallway, using that crawl-through hole, using that crouch hole from the bathroom. However, Diffuser is in the hands of Montaigne like it was previously. Fabian's going to go for the plant here right now. You've got one holding top floor. That's going to be Junis. KS is going to get one kill onto Lackey. He's got one more to go. Junis got the C4 kill, though, onto Fabian. However, Diffuser does get planted in a 2-on-1 now. He's got 40 seconds to make the move. He knows someone's going to be up top, so he's going to go up there first and attack. He's going to go for Junis. Looks on forward. Oh, he's going to hit. He misses the shots, though. Goes for the prone shot, and Junis, though, will get it down, and that will be map number 1 going to Penta.
Well played by Penta, mostly well played by KS, getting those picks when they're most direly needed. Unfortunately, because Pengu got picked off so early in the round, he had to step up and take over his role, and he did it.
He did. No, sorry, he didn't. You're right.
No, he did.
He did.
Yes, he took over Pengu's role.
He did.
He got those picks.
He did. KS did, from the balcony.
Yeah.
I do feel like Penta deserved that. I feel like that wasn't a lack of play by Playing Ducks. They played well. They made some mistakes, but I feel like Penta outdid themselves playing the mind game of being that unpredictability. I think, like you had said on that garage hold, that is what won it for them. Just the unpredictability, playing mind games with Playing Ducks.
Yeah, and Playing Ducks almost came back from that. The fact that they didn't have a thermite, it was very impressive that they almost took that round. So this is not a one-sided match at all. Playing Ducks had an excellent showing, and they almost brought it back in their favor.
It was a very close matchup here. Now, that map did end in 5-3, but let's talk about our next matchup, which is going to be on Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon. Are you sure? Yeah, okay. Oregon. So Oregon is an interesting map. We've seen it played before today. Most often we'll see an upstairs defense first and then a basement defense later. I'm guessing from Penta we'll probably see a basement defense first, given that they are the aggressive team. They like to do the roaming, and it is basement roaming is a lot easier than upstairs roaming. But we'll find out.
Now, seeing as how I'll call it scattered Penta has been with their bomb site choices, playing that game scattered in a good way, not in a.
You thinking tower?
I'm actually thinking kitchen. Thinking kitchen and dining.
We haven't seen kitchen in a long time. I think we may have seen it scattered a couple times here and there, but consistently we haven't seen it since season 1.
Correct. We haven't seen it since then. However, I think in season 3, one time we saw it continue and try it. Worked out for them I wonder if, like, with these new players, with the new roster,
I don't
with
think
their
so.
mentality.
I think Kitchen is completely not viable with the addition of Montaigne and Glaz.
Gotcha.
It used to be you could make it work given enough aggression on the defensive lineup, because where are they going to come from? They're going to open up junk tower. They're going to open up the junk tower to site wall, and they're just going to push their way in. They've got a completely indestructible wall to cover them from the players in kitchen. They have one player on the doorway to I'm going to call it dining tables, I guess, because there's a lot of dining tables. They have a player on the doorway to dining tables. They have somebody in now, and the problem is that it used to be that a defensive operator could just force out that, just like run out and try to force the defuse to not go down, right? But now you've got Montaigne. Now you've got Glaz. So all you have to do is put a Montaigne in a position to stop that, and then put down some smoke so that Glaz can also help you stop that, or do one or the other. It doesn't really matter. And that hold is almost entirely not viable now.
Is there a bomb site, whether it be bottom or top floor, where you don't think a Montaigne and Glaz would both be comboed together for playing?
Well, there doesn't need to be a combo on that particular bomb site. I mean,
no, I'm saying if you think that so you're thinking that the Glaz and Montaigne will come together if they know that kitchen and dining is going to be chosen. But what if they don't? What if they think it's going to be top floor? They might only go with the Glaz, or might only go with the Montaigne.
Well, it depends on the team. It depends on what they're expecting, and you know, who can really tell, right? There's so many variables there. But we are going to be going into the match now. Penta will be defending upstairs first. Now, this is counter to what I predicted, but it makes a lot of sense. A lot of teams prefer this upstairs bomb site, and they will probably be playing it very dynamically. I would venture a guess to see that we're going to have a lot of roamers, but we'll see with the Penta lineup, see what they opt to do. They are going to be reinforcing the far side of Attic. That means they'll likely be opening up the close side. And yeah, as you can see, there's already shotgun holes there. So they're going to try and keep control of Attic. Now that gives them a couple more options, not very many more, but a few more. And it forces Playing Ducks to think about just a couple more, or just more things if they're trying to go for an armory take or a master take.
5 seconds left.
Looks like Gogo will be going for the windmill cam. This is a pretty nice cam. Not a lot of teams know about it.
The bomb diffuser.
If you get it down successfully.
He does not get detected, so that is a good sign for him.
Right.
But was it placed correctly?
Yeah, sometimes you can miss that just barely getting by the wood. We'll find out later, maybe, possibly. But that is a great cam to get full visibility on the site. It's been around for a while. This is a cam we were seeing in the last matchup, which gives you visibility on the majority of Meeting Hall and outside the upstairs window. So if you have, for example, what we saw from Playing Duck.
Drone is right there. That will see it.
He did unfortunately miss the Winfield cam, but it's a nice idea anyway. Maybe he'll get it later.
So here we have Renewals is going to be moving in towards the shower. He knows that it's all clear for the time being. So Ronik's going to push on forward. Looks like Lackey's going to drop the diffuser.
I like the way they're opening up this wall. That's going to give them vision onto the upstairs of kitchen stairs.
As well as the hallway.
As well as the hallway, which is going to mean that a defensive player cannot peek out that stairs at all, as long as there's a glass holding it.
So what we're going to see here from Zeronic, looks like he's either going to push into the lobby. First he wants to clear out bathroom, but I foresee Zeronic either going upstairs and just being that indestructible camera, or trying to push out one of the roamers. And I don't think he knows that there's a Valkyrie underneath. It looks like Valkyrie's going to be all the way downstairs somewhere. Try to locate the Valkyrie. Oh, she is underneath. That is Goga, all the way downstairs in laundry now. Now Pengu will get that first pick, though, onto Snookin, taking out the sledge. I want to say that. Curious on where that was, though. Looked like it might have been the kitchen. I think he might have been playing horizontally there, or vertically.
He was trying to get rid of the roamers, and the roamers instead got rid of him. So there's only 1 minute left on the clock now. Playing Ducks has not made a lot of progress on their attack, and it seems like all they're doing really is shaping up to push their way into the A-bomb site through the window and through those stairs. Now, this is a very dangerous take. It could work out for them, though.
I think. Yeah, go ahead.
With the addition of Glaz, they have a lot of options here on this push.
Yeah, I think the point of the Montaigne, though, is to get them out of that yellow, or that back stairwell, because that's where you tend to get your smoke. That's where you tend to have grenades or C4s thrown over.
He's opted to go somewhere else, though.
He has, and
it looks like they're adjusting for an armory take. With so little time on the clock, this is a really interesting decision by this team.
Agreed, and there's all this barbed wire there. It doesn't look like it's going to go for them. Fabian and Goga each going to take a pair down. There's only 2 left. Now Zeronic has 2 health left to go on these main stairwells. Looks like Goga's going to try to capture him there and does get the kill. Fabian will get the last one onto Meepy, and that's going to be an easy defensive hold there for Penta.
Yeah, that was a really weird round from Playing Ducks. It seemed like they didn't really have an idea of what they were trying to do. And you notice as soon as that Montaigne pushes off of those stairs, Fabian capitalized on that. He pushed out to the bomb and got a pick on the window, then pushed all the way downstairs and got the falling ash. So it seems like they should have just committed to their take instead of trying to flip-flop around like that.
Yeah, I think their initial plan was well thought out, was well done.
And it could have worked.
It could have.
I think they were worried about C4 from underneath, but they shouldn't have been. The Valkyrie was all the way over in Meeting Hall. If they had just made the play, executed quickly, and had somebody hold from underneath, one person, they could have pretty easily taken that execute. But Playing Ducks, they will be opting to defend basement first rather than upstairs.
However, we'll see an IQ come out from Penta. We saw this previously, but will it do the duty that it needs to do?
Right, and that's a good question considering that Playing Ducks does not have a Valkyrie. They also are bringing a castle, and as you saw there, the castle was reinforcing barricades upstairs, which leads me to believe that we will be having a heavy roamer strat, which is something we've seen time and time again from numerous teams. I think this came out in around Season 2, and it works. I mean, anchoring in basement is difficult, and it's the same. This strat is just as difficult. It's just a different way of holding it. It's just how prepared do you think the other team's going to be for you to handle it this way? That's really the question when you're deciding how you're going to defend basement. So it looks like Penta is going to set themselves. Wow!
Ooh, a very early kill. Snookin peeking on out from the stairs to get Junits. That will mean that hatches will not get opened up. I don't know if they realized the significance of that kill.
I'm sure they did. That was a really good kill for them. That means that none of the drop downs will be opened, which means that Penta, they really don't have a lot of options going into this round. They have to, if Playing Ducks simply anchors, defaults all of their roamers back to site right now, then Penta is probably going to have it very tough to go of it.
There's only 3 ways to get onto site. You got the back stairs, you've got construction, you've got the front stairs. There's no other way.
Exactly.
Unless Playing Ducks did not reinforce all of the hatches.
They may not have, but regardless, even if one of them is open, nice pick from Fabian onto Zeronic with that grenade. Fabian is going to get picked back up. He did get downed, I think, from underneath here with the impact grenade. Now, the first one down, and the second one, unfortunately, did not finish him off as he had been picked up at that point. But yeah, if Playing Ducks just default back into the site, they should have a pretty good go of this.
It would. However, we do have Renewals and Mira going to be inside of the meeting hall at the moment.
I feel like they're wasting a lot of options or a lot of opportunity here. Again, like, you don't have to hold upstairs after you've gotten rid of the Habana. As soon as the Habana's gone.
Ooh, and their kill though from
Nice.
Fabian will take down yet again another Playing Ducks member. And there's going to be Renewals trading it off quite easily. A 3-on-3 at the moment with a minute 15 to go. Goga's going to push on down without a head shield on to get Snookin. We're looking here. I'm sorry. Goga is IQ. I thought Goga was Blackbeard for a split second. I saw the yellow icon. But no, we do have, looks like KS is going to be looking on, still holding onto that meeting hall, making sure that no one's going to poke on out of there. But Meepy, it's all up to him. He can choose which mirror window he wants to open up. Looks like he's going to opt for the left one. He's got the gas grenades there, but he peeks on out at the wrong time.
You got to crouch,
and
man.
Pengu will get the kill down. Now Renewal's going to poke on out, take a lot of damage without doing much in return. And the diffuser will get planted in a 3-on-1. He's got about 40 seconds to go. Going to try the same maneuver that Smoke did. Now, will it work out for him? The reason that would have worked for Smoke is because he can toss those gas grenades out. Unfortunately, though, the crawl from Renewals will not go his way, and Pengu gets that final kill.
So Playing Ducks basically won that round when they got the pick onto Habana, but instead of going back to the site and trying to play it safe, they left players in Meeting Hall, and because of that, those players then got picked off. Sure, one of them got traded back, but one is not enough for two. And after that, the players were outnumbered on the anchor, and simply all that Penta had to do was push into the site, use their superior numbers, and they did just that.
Every kill was a one-on-one kill for the most part.
Right, and now we have an 0-2 situation favoring Penta, and they're going to be going into their basement defense.
So here we are. Like you said, Penta's going to be downstairs. I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar setup. It looks like KS is going to be getting both reinforced walls here inside of that middle closet. I don't know if we're going to see 2 or one mirrors there, but there's definitely going to be at least one.
Not sure that reinforcement's necessary, Goga, but I guess most people don't bring thermite to the board anymore, so. Again, a double mirror on that closet. This is very commonplace. Almost every single team, regardless of if they're roaming or not, brings this double mirror because, or at least one on reinforced wall and a mirror, because it is almost the key to holding that lobby from that lobby take.
Do you think that since there is so much utility pushed for that front lobby push, that in general it's more likely or more probable to push that back red tower, push from construction?
I think it's optimal to push it within the current meta with the way you have a mirror now, because mirror windows on that closet, if the smoke plays it right, and what we saw last round was not the smoke playing it right, but if the smoke plays it right, he can smoke you off from that plant without exposing himself whatsoever. And I think that, you know, as long as the team is doing that, as long as they have their smoke in the closet and they're ready to, ooh, that's not going to do anything. As long as they have smoke in that closet and the smoke is ready to, you know, deny you the plant, then you could pretty easily hold that lobby take.
Yeah, but so now it looks as though Valkyrie gave away her position to the Montaigne. Fabian may have as well. But they do a little rotate hole through meeting hall into kitchen, and now Zeronic will be cornered off here. He's crossfired at the moment. Looks like he will go down by Goga. Pushing around after he's been disoriented by Echo. However, Meepy's able to pick up one kill on the KS to try to trade it off. He's going to get another, I'm sorry, that's Snookin, getting Goga down. Going to get rid of the C4. Fabian decides to retreat back into meeting hall. They're all going to collapse backwards now. Fabian's still the last one here on or above site to try to lay down a little additional pressure, but he unintentionally falls through the hole, I believe. And that leaves Snookin here inside a kitchen without any pressure.
A bomb has been located.
Minute 30 on the clock, and the man advantage is in the favor of the attackers. Both teams on this basement hold have been very aggressive, trying to hold on the roamer game, but ultimately defaulting back to the site. We'll see if it works out for Penta this time. It didn't work out for Playing Ducks. It's similar. It's playing out very similarly, except for, you know, with the Montaigne getting picked off early, but not the Hibana in this case.
So here we have Renewals is going to be pushed back just a little bit by that gas grenade. Now, Diffuser is in the hands of Hibana. Hibana looks like she might be in the main lobby. She's in the main lobby right now. She's going to push down behind glass. They're going to potentially smoke it out once more and then go in for the plant.
It looks like Buck isn't sure about meeting hall, and he's, instead of applying pressure from the drops, he's simply trying to hold it for a flank. And that might be the right call if you can make this lobby take work, but they're not making it work so far.
Now, Pengu is just constantly peeking in and out for just 5-6 shots out of that bearing 9, trying to make sure that they can get the Hibana, and it looks like Meepy, though, able to get Junis. So 4 on 2, and there's going to be the Echo drone doing the work it needs to. He opens up another window here, and that's going to make it a little bit easier. Try to go for that corner shot. Pengu's got to be wary, though. Goes for the glass shot, and he gets him down, but not before Pengu gets Renewals. 1 on 2 at the moment, and there's Pengu getting another one.
So now 1 on 2. Pengu has been applying a lot of pressure this round just as an individual. He has a chance to win this. He just has to play it right.
He does, however, there is going to be some top floor pressure from Meepy. He's going to get the drone in place. Looks like Lackey takes a couple bullets to the shoulder. The drone is now in place here downstairs. They know Pengu's right on top of the table. There's no need to peek, no need to be aggressive. The drone will say everything for them. Coming up the stairs, and there is going to be Meepy to get that kill into Pengu. It's now 2-1.
If Pengu were playing maybe a faster operator, he could have possibly moved into meeting hall, given himself a better chance, but given that he was playing a 3 armor, there wasn't a lot he could have done in that situation. It was a nice try, though. So now we have it 2-1 on the second map of this series. Playing Ducks putting down their foot and saying, we are still in this match. We do not want to get 2-0'd.
Agreed. And I mean, this is actually Penta's map. Playing Ducks chose the first map on Consulate, so they're not only working on a map that maybe they weren't anticipating, but they're also working they're down 0-1. They're losing here in the grand scheme of things.
Right.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
I
they
would
can.
like this to get to the third map. I would love to see Skyscraper played. It would be awesome to see these two teams' interpretation of that particular map. But we'll see what happens. Looks like Playing Ducks is going to be setting up their basement in a very similar way than they have in the past. They're going to have a castle upstairs, which means they're going to have roaming upstairs pretty hard on that meeting hall. They're going to have the double mirror in the closet on basement. And there's not going to be a lot of variation going into this defense. And I'm curious to see from Penta if they're going to try something new. Are they going to maybe go for
10 seconds to go.
construction take, or are they going to simply do their lobby take again?
5
Now,
seconds
last
left
time we
before
saw
insertion.
Playing Ducks, they peeked out to the front door and they picked off the Hibana really early.
Attackers
I don't
have
think that's going to
recovered
let.
their
I don't think Playing Ducks is
Attackers
going to let
are
that
moving out
happen.
to locate a
I don't
bomb.
think so either. And
Or actually, that was the opposite. It was Playing Ducks who peeked outside. My bad.
I think Junis is going to be very cautious going around the front door this time, and we've seen the majority of Penta players come up here from the White Tower. Looks like they're going to try to take over top floor and clear out the roamers right away. Snookin knows he's being pressured by numerous places, numerous locations, and so he's feeling very cautious. He's trying to get out of sight here. Fabian just barely gets to the window too slow. Snookin's going to reach on out and grab KS by the head and smack it down.
That's another great pick for Snookin really early into the round. Thatcher is a huge influence on this particular attack, especially given that they're going for the lobby again.
Ooh, and he peeks on out, goes for the double peek. He wasn't expecting Fabian there, and went for the re-peek there and lost the fight.
Just barely hit his shoulder, almost got the headshot. This is a nice angle from Zyronic, but he knows it's being, or Fabian knows it's being challenged.
Right there, and Zeronic's actually going to go for the peek onto him, even though Fabian had the increased angle. Unfortunately, that will not fare well for Jaeger. Looks like Pengu's going to hop on in, again taking off of the head shield, changing it out for a cleaner one as he peeks on down through the opened and drop hatch inside of Laundry.
Looks like they're just going for their standard lobby take here, not taking a lot of risks. That castle barricade on the meeting hall door is actually going to be to the advantage of the attackers. It means that all that they have to really worry about is pressure from above instead of anything from meeting hall. There are still impacts on castle though, so he could surprise them, maybe. But he's actually defaulted back to the site.
So Renewals is still back on site. Zeronic, though, is going to be in red tower, tries to pre-fire. He's going to go for a run here. He wants to, I was going to think he was running.
No, he was just trying to get somebody in case they were shooting from above the stairs, but there was nobody there.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
He might go for the run, though. Who knows?
Yeah, I think he would have pre-opened that a little bit more before doing so. But Pengu, though, leading the way down the Laundry stairs. 55 seconds to go, some more flashbangs going out. Junis is going to hold the top site. IQ's going to run in forward and not actually go on top of the Laundry machine. Going to go down. He is being injured, but he should be able to get the plant down in time. He decides not to.
You can't get the plant down in ESL rules. There's too much time on the plant.
So here we are with 40 seconds to go. Renewals still inside of the supply room. Looks like Fabian picking off Zeronic. Meepy still has one gas grenade left. It looks like he's going to toss that out momentarily. 25 seconds to go. Blackbeard still leading the way down the stairs. This is Pengu holding on. That was the last gas grenade tossed out. 20 seconds. Final flashbang goes forward. Pengu now moving forward. It looks like Lackey gets Fabian down.
Remaining.
3 on 3 now. 10 seconds.
Attackers
He's huddled inside of the little laundry closet. Looks like another headshot from Pengu. Goes on to Lackey. Another one under Renewals. Now Meepy got one onto Goga. He's going to turn around, and Junis, though, looking from the drop hatch, will pick off Meepy.
A great attack from Penta and not a lot to show on the way of stopping it from Playing Ducks. They had that smoke which delayed, but Penta simply waited patiently for the smokes to dissipate and made their push in. Now they're on 3-1 on the second map of the series. Remember, they are up one map. Penta did win the first one, so if they take it up, if they get 2 more rounds in a row here, they will take the entire match. Now they're going to be going on to defense. They will be defending upstairs again, and it has been working for them so far.
Attackers need
Playing
to
Ducks
locate
bringing
and
a
defuse bomb.
Montaigne and a Glaz to this upstairs attack. Now, I'd venture to say that maybe Montaigne isn't the right call, and what we saw from that last matchup earlier today, Montaigne gets kicked off a lot from underneath. But with Playing Ducks, the way they've been handling it, I'm guessing that they're probably going to try and establish that control underneath before they move their Montaigne in, so that they don't have to worry about that C4.
Agreed, and I think what Playing Ducks should do is go back to their original plan the last time that site was up here, go for that push, and go, like, actually stick with it.
Yeah, right. You have your take, commit to it. Don't go to the other side. And we saw there a nice scoreboard. I think it was Pengu with 7 kills. Yeah, Pengu up at 7 kills, Fabian at 6. Some other players not contributing very much, but it just seems to be like a star match right now.
So we will see here as the attack phase begins. Fabian laying down his last welcome mat. the top of the stairs. Now,
that actually could work against Montaigne because
Agreed.
he's got his shield deployed when he's going up there, and he's not going to be able to see his little feetsies as he moves up the
Bomb
stairs.
located
The
by
little
attackers.
features, they are covered fully by that shield.
Right.
Now Renewal is just trying to free fire through the wall here. Will not hit any target, but now he's going to back on down here. Instead of keeping an eye on that showers, you should just stick a claymore down, I would think, right?
I concur entirely. Just one little claymore. It doesn't have to be on the window. You can put it inside the shower, but just one little claymore, and suddenly you don't have to think about it at all. Of course, they do not have a claymore unless that Habana brought one, but I'm guessing she probably has flashbangs.
Now I think Junis is staying hidden from the cams as he was inside a classroom. Looks like though he's going to go back upstairs, back onto site here where the remaining defenders are.
So that means Ironic is going to be conscious of the fact that there are welcome mats, and he's going to be on the lookout for him. He might catch the one at the top of the stairs, and it might not get him. We'll see what happens.
But again, this is where it takes confidence in your strat to push on forward and maintain it throughout the whole round. We're hoping that Montaigne can pull that off. Now what I would like to see, instead of Renewals trying to hop into this window, look on down for a frost trap, I would like to see a player from underneath, whether it be Snookin or someone else, go get the floor underneath, make sure that there is no frost trap, and from there, allow Glass to push in safely without spending time looking down.
Absolutely, that would be the right way to go about it, but we'll see what happens.
Sorry, Zeronic's actually already transferred over. He's changed over. He's not even on the back stairs anymore. He's towards the front, holding Diffuser all by himself.
And that Montaigne has moved off of the stairs to the lobby again. So clearly, that is their strat. They're not trying to push the Montaigne up the stairs. They're instead trying to... I'm not sure what they're doing. Honestly, I'm not sure what they're doing.
Renewals taking a little bit of damage here from the 9mm.
She hasn't taken any damage, but he has been dancing with death here. A headshot is very easy at that directly up angle.
Now Goga's still going to roam inside of the meeting hall here. KS, though, going to use that Jaeger to its fullest, taking down Meepy. Now that's 2 men down here on the attacking side of playing Ducks, with Glass being drastically injured. There's 30 seconds left to go, and Zeronic coming back to the stairs at which he started at. So now he's going to try to push up the same way they wanted to originally. And this is where that lack of commitment comes from.
I don't think it's a lack of commitment. Judging by the fact that they did it twice, it's got to be the case that that's their strategy. But it doesn't make any sense.
Fabian, though, will get down Zeronic. And there's going to be Goga, though, getting Renewals from behind, going down the stairs.
It seems like they've come up with this attack strategy, but I honestly cannot say what it is. It's not working. Whatever the case is, whatever this is that they're using, that attack strat does not work, and they need to quickly come up with an alternative before they find themselves getting locked out on this map. It is match point now in favor of Penta.
Agreed, and I think from playing Ducks, I think the unpredictability is getting under their skin. They don't know what to do, and so they're trying some unconventional methods, probably trying to bait out with the Montaigne, saying, okay, they think the push is going to come from the back stairs. Now they're coming from the front stairs. Which way is Montaigne coming from? It could be a little bit of that.
I think what's happening with the Montaigne, is the reason he's pushing the lobby is they're trying to keep the roamers from pressuring the rest of the players on attack when they start vaulting in through the windows and start pressuring on the stairs. But the rest of those players are dying to the anchors on the site, so that doesn't matter. Denying the roamers does not matter. And you don't need Montaigne to do that. The Buck, who's playing in Kitchen, could easily do that by himself.
Agreed.
So why are you putting your driving force in the lobby as a flank hold? Doesn't make any sense. Hopefully they'll look back on it and maybe they'll make some adjustments in the future. But even more hopefully, they'll be able to do it in the middle of this match if they manage to make it back to an upstairs defense. Or sorry, an upstairs attack, rather.
Attackers have recovered.
Now we are going to see quite the hold here inside of
to
Kitchen.
locate a bomb and
We'll see some reinforcements facing dining, as well as the mirror window going into bathrooms. Snookin, though, he's gotten a few early kills previously. He wanted to go for one towards the front parking lot spawn, but that got thwarted by the drone spotting him out.
Junius cautious of some pressure that's non-existent, just some open doorways and open windows from the tower. Chaos getting picked down from the meeting hall all the way behind sandbags by Renewals. That is a nice angle.
It's a very good spot. However, the kill did not get finished off, and so he'll be rest back up with 50 health to go. Snookin and Renewals are going to be playing inside of the meeting hall and lobby, back and forth for the time being, trying to play that partnership that is going to play so vital of a role to making sure that the bottom floor will be taken care of. Now, we're going to see a little bit of some repelling onto the corner, or onto Red Tower. More pre-fires from Goga, going to go in through the wall, not landing a shot just yet. This seems to be like it's turning into a possible bedroom, like a bunk beds push.
Yeah, similar to what we were seeing from, who was it? But similar, we saw it in the matchup earlier where two people would rappel onto those windows and they would take control of tower. It looks like exactly what Penta's going for right now, but they're not attacking, but the defensive team isn't even playing anyone in there. Junis gets a pick onto the player playing outside of Attic.
It looked like Lackey was taken out there. That's the Mira. So that 3 armored will go down. Junis is now maintaining control of this top floor. He does have to be wary that someone doesn't try to push in through the hole that's made. It looks like Snookin might be thinking about it. Junis is preoccupied with this hole, or with the hole in the inside of the floor. Bullets will go flying his way by Snookin.
So now he's aware that he has that pressure on him. And Penta, interesting, they're not rappelling onto the master bedroom windows. They're instead opting to go ahead and move their way. I'm honestly not sure what they're doing. They're spread out all over the place right now.
Looks like we are going to see a rappel into the middle dorms, or sorry, into the bunk beds. The bunk bed area there, and I think Jonas is the one that was taken out as he was rappelling in.
Right.
No, I'm sorry, we did have Thatcher. He got it successfully, got the plant down. Sledge is not going to be able to get that kill down as Renewals picks him off. So here we have a 3-on-3 with Diffuser planted. KS is inside of Master with Pengu looking at the back stairwell inside of kids' dorms. Now we're looking here, Snookin trying to figure out the best approach to move on forward. He's taking a peek back and forth. He's not going to spot Pengu, but with that soft angle that Blackbeard's holding, it's looking like it's going to be a hold here for Penta. Now we're going to see KS get 1 kill, but be taken out by Snookin. Some more bullets go flying in. Goga's going to get Snookin now as he almost traded off. 2 onto 1, and Pengu going to be the last man standing. That's going to be it, and Penta will go 2-0 in this matchup.
So we were looking to see our next 2-1 from this entire Pro League so far, but unfortunately, Playing Ducks did not show up to the match. They weren't able to bring it to the third one, and they weren't able to bring it to Skyscraper, and that was, honestly, I feel like their upstairs attack was a little lacking, and that was unfortunate to see. I
agree. I felt like the upstairs attack was lacking. I felt like there was a little, to me it felt like there was confusion.
They knew what they were doing. It was clear that they were using their Montaigne to try and stop roamers from coming underneath, but they didn't need to do that. Again, they could have just had Buck fulfill that role.
Yeah.
He was opening up underneath, but he can simultaneously stop the flanks and stop the C4. So it would have been nice to see that Montaigne push up those stairs and continue to apply that pressure instead of just defaulting off and going downstairs.
Agreed. It did seem like there were some different roles that were fulfilled by operators, which could have been filling other roles,
right?
If you will. But we are here looking at some of the highlights of the round. This is Pengu's double shot, or I'm sorry, we missed the double headshot there. It might be popping up right there. There's the kill, the double kill from Pengu on Consulate.
I think it was a triple kill. He got that, or his team got that bomb plant, and all he had to do was sit outside front door, easy kills.
And from that distance, it's basically just one tapping that gun.
Right. Has a lot of recoil, but you can make it work. This was an interesting round. Pengu managed to clutch this out, but it kind of got thrown away a little bit by that bandit who was just looking in the wrong place. And here was a nice double kill from Lackey.
And so Pengu again going head-to-head, and he's been doing a lot of work today.
Oh yeah, he's continuing on the Blackbeard trend. Not a lot of teams actually force out that Blackbeard in the current meta. He's not as viable as he used to be, but he's still very useful, and Pengu is certainly proving that.
I agree, and one of the things that we saw from Penta, which obviously wasn't something we were expecting, they had some rounds where they chose neither Glaz or Montaigne, some rounds where they chose one or the other, some rounds where they chose both.
They were playing very dynamically. They did not want to commit themselves to any one thing in particular, and that's really good. That's a sign of a good team. I think that this roster is going to be one of the best ones from Penta we've seen yet.
I feel like what we learned about their team in the interview followed directly through into their gameplay. We saw them be very on the fly and very unpredictable, and I think to me that is what I'm taking away from this match. If I'm watching and scouting out my next opponent and I see I'm going to be playing against Penta, I now need to go back to the drawing board and think about how do we go against someone where it's very difficult to predict how they're going to play.
I agree. I think that a lot of teams are going to have to go ahead and rewatch those VODs, and I'm sure they will, and figure out exactly how to handle that.
Agreed. And so we're going to get the brackets up for you momentarily to show you there we are, right here. So Group A, we had our gBots and Millenium fight earlier on today. That is our first 2-1. Every match in the Pro League so far has gone to 2-0, so a very close fight between those two teams, and it looks like gBots came out on top, with Millenium going down to the losers bracket, going up against Team Barrage. And so moving on to Group B, who do we have here?
Yeah, from Group B, Team Vitality, obviously, last week they pushed themselves into the winner brackets, forcing E2 down into the loser brackets. Playing Ducks today lost to Penta Esports, as we just watched, and now they are going to, Playing Ducks is going to have to push their way past E2, whereas Penta now has to play against Team Vitality.
And I think our games for next week are going to be the winners' games. Or
it's good.
So I feel like that's what we'll be seeing here.
If I recall correctly, I think we do one winner, one loser.
Oh, we do one winner, one loser. Okay.
We'll find out on the day.
We will find out. But if you guys are here to join us for more Rainbow Six Pro League, be sure to come back on Monday. Monday is going to be our next Pro League day. It's going to be North American Pro League. And so with that North American Pro League, we are going to, I believe, see Continuum and Ominous play, and one of our other matches. But North American Pro League is going to be our next game, so be sure to tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Monday. If you're here just for the European Pro League, be sure to tune in next Thursday at 7 p.m. Central European Time. And other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for joining us today for the European Playday number 2 of the Rainbow Six Pro League. We hope you have a fantastic Thursday, and we'll see you on Monday.
Peace out.